What do you got for me, Ember Staff? Oh, let's go! We've got our banker's note. What? What is the point of this relic? It doesn't work!
Did you mark it?
No! Weeble! What? Oh my god! I did 150k!
You're short, you're bad at the game, and you can't even kill Haraka.
You! In 3, in 2, in 1! Come on, come on, come on! Let's go! Boom! It's done! No way! No way! There's no way! That's small. Boom! Oh my god! What? What? That's what? Bang! 224! Holy 224! Oh! Bang! Let's go! Oh! What the? What? No way! There is no way! I've never had a double drop in my life with this boss! Charge! Boss! I teleported! What? If it is Nexus 4, I'm going on my trip. I'm just leaving. I'm getting on my plane and I'm leaving. Brother, what the f? Are you kidding me? In 3, in 2, in 1. Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god, double rim! Well, first, there's no way. There's actually no way. That is so insane. I'm kidding. That's it. Done. Let's go! Yes! Are you ready? 3, 2, done. Yes! Boom! So I'm kind of hoping that I don't get a drop on a reroll. Oh my god! Just kidding! I'm absolutely kidding! I take it back! 3, 2, 1! Yes, let's go! Let's freaking go, dude! Yes, yes, yes! Okay, back to the G! Quick! Did I win? No shot! What? Wait, what? A double drop? It's done! Let's go! Bang! Put the teleport. Oh. Holy shit. Done. Let's go! Golden defeater completed. Oh, we cooked that P11. Nice and easy. Nice and smooth with it.
All right, and I just went like that.
Ow. Good morning, gamers. How are you, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Sorry for the late start today. Ran into some minor audio issues that we had to fix, but hopefully everything sounds fine and looks fine. That is usually the hope. But yeah, hi everyone. Welcome into the stream. Hopefully everyone is getting well. So, semi-excitedly, if you take a look at the RS interface account, the two big things are I am now 72 mining, which means we can do the Brink of Extinction and get obsidian armor. And then the second thing that is kind of cool is we're also 89 attack and we're 280k from 90. The significance of that is that once I'm level 90, once I'm 275k from 90, we can use the lamp from Brink of Extinction, and that's going to get us all the way to 90. And that means we're going to cook up a low effort, low level Zuk run on 90 attack with the obsidian armor. And I'm very excited about it because I think, based on what we've seen and what we've looked at so far, it should be extremely effective. I think it might actually even be easier than necromancy. Like, I'm thinking full Revo bar, AFK the waves, like this should be really, really chill, which I am excited about. Music sounded compressed. Does it sound compressed now, or do we sound okay? I'm assuming it sounds okay now, but let me know either way. I have intimate knowledge of audio setups, as I've just reset all of my audio stuff. But yeah, Avid Death Wish, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Bad Rang, thank you for the 82 months. Appreciate you. And Weeboots as well, thank you for the 8 months. Seems good now. Sweet. Glad to hear it. That is usually the goal. Also, I had a very productive day yesterday. We spent a ton of time working on guides. I've got the keybind guide recorded. I've got the magic guide recorded. I struggled a little bit coming up with a format, and I thought I could record it all kind of live and do it talk-through style. In hindsight, that was a bit of a mistake. So, I did waste a significant amount of time, and I stayed up till 4:30 in the morning working on guides, but nothing is out yet, but we've got some good progress on all of them. But yeah, with that said, the first thing I want to talk about today is a blog dropped, allegedly. I have not read it yet, but it's talking about a Dungeoneering refresh, which is intriguing to me for sure. The first thing I wanted to talk about, though, with relation to this Dungeoneering refresh is, I think, oh my goodness, Folletto, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs out of the community. Wait, you are an absolute legend. Thank you so much. That is ridiculously kind of you. Genuinely means the world. You are crazy. Thank you. That's crazy nice of you. Wow. Holy. Thank you so much. Gifting out subs to Sir Menz, Alexander SB, Timmy, Bearpuff, TBS, The Real Grim Reaper, Mr. Moose, Noble Knight, Spanner, and Kaloon, and Fallen with another 5 gift subs as well. Wait, where are my alerts? Oh, I see them now. They're back. I had them hidden. They are no longer hidden. Thank you so much for giving subs to Knifer, Yuzu, Lubata, and Grummy Rush, and Jado. All 15 of you all, welcome to the sub squad, courtesy of Folletto. It's very kind. Thank you. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. So here's the deal with the Dungeoneering refresh. And remaster, I should say both. I am very intrigued by this. I was curious what you guys think, because I think a lot of people don't like Dungeoneering. And I wouldn't be surprised if people were like, why are we changing Dungeoneering? It sucks. But I would argue the reason it's so important to fix Dungeoneering is because Dungeoneering it's a full RuneScape skill that people generally don't engage with. And that to me makes it like a big problem, right? I think a lot of us used to like Dungeoneering, but don't anymore. And to me, that's definitely like a big one. It's like, to me, this is the highest priority thing to remaster, because having a full skill that like doesn't really work is, I think, bad. So yeah, with that said, why don't we take a look at this thing? Thank you for learning or for teaching noobs like me PVM. No problem. Anytime. That's what I'm here for. But with that said, why don't we get into this thing, man? I'm looking forward to it. It's time to learn. Am I zoomed correctly? There we go. Hey Scapers, Dungeoneering is a much beloved skill that was originally released in 2010. Since its release, however, it has rarely received updates, which has led to it becoming quite outdated, both in gameplay and in graphics. In spite of this, it's remained one of the top pieces of content that you've wanted to see remastered, as we found out during the player survey. As recently as a month ago, the community backed Dungeoneering as the most upvoted content to be remastered. Oh my, it is linking a Reddit post. Ain't that terrifying? But yeah, no, nice. Really good. I actually fully agree with this. I'll say this too. I was asked at the RS25 event, at one of the like parties by one of the RS3 devs. And they were like, if you could remaster anything for an update, what would you do? And I immediately said Dungeoneering. I said Dungeoneering is the thing that probably needs it the most. So I'm really happy to see that the community backed it and it ended up getting picked. So with that said, get your pitchforks and torches ready. I feel like my game sounds are slightly too loud. I'm going to turn them down a bit. And why don't we begin? What is a remaster? This is actually something we've been debating internally when applying the term to RuneScape. A remaster traditionally would refer to taking an original file, re-exporting that file with modern standards in mind. But how does that apply to something gameplay specific like a skill in a game? Overhauling or reworking the skill has connotations that the entire identity is changing. Refreshing can be more apt, but that may not be applicable in all cases, especially when a remaster does include elements of re-exporting original aspects at modern standards. Oh, this is fire. Wait, this is fire. Right up, like genuinely right off rip. Wait, this is really cool. Can't wait for it to be laggy as hell, true, but it looks a lot better. That's really cool. Okay. So, what's the focus of this project? The foundational gameplay loops for Demonheim Dungeoneering are already solid. Repeatedly delving into the unknown to explore an ancient area of the world of Gildor, all while needing to make do with the resources you're presented with, rather than relying on what you've otherwise amassed in the overworld. This skill is fundamentally about challenging you and your skills without the backup of a mountain of wealth. While this promise still holds true today, the reality is that the skill itself feels a bit tired and outdated. As simple as the statement sounds, it's hugely important. Dungeoneering is a skill. It's a core part of the backbone of RuneScape as a whole, and it should be revitalized with proper care and attention deserving of that. We want to modernize those Dungeoneering fundamentals we mentioned above so that it's more enjoyable to play and more rewarding to engage with over longer periods of time. We want to prepare it for a future where it can occasionally be tweaked without feeling like those changes are not far-reaching enough because the foundations have not been adjusted. With that in mind, Dungeoneering Remaster product is focused primarily on improving the skill's gameplay, balance, and mechanics without changing the core identity of the skill. We're looking to improve some of the visual clarity and select art aspects such as lighting and VFX improvements to textures, but the lion's share of our time is spent on that coding and gameplay aspect, while the majority of our art team continues to focus on other projects such as player avatar. We're generally looking to remove unnecessary complexity, make the skill more intuitive to understand and jump into. The intent here is to modernize and better set the skill up for the future rather than adding a slew of brand spanking new content to it now. This also means we're not focusing on adding new floors, puzzle rooms, bosses, or dungeons as part of this project. First off, I know people are going to talk about how, like, this is the 11th news post in the last 5 days, it feels like. But, to me, I actually think it's really good that they're communicating exactly what the scope of the project is. This is something that I've been saying for years, is everybody who plays RS3 has a different idea of what the game is and what the game should be. And I have made the point before that this is JagX's fault. The reason why no one has any clue what the game is trying to be or what it is because they don't ever go out and tell us what their vision is for it. And that's something that Old School has consistently done a way better job of, right? They have said for years, like, exactly, people have a good idea of what Old School is and what it entails. RS3, not so much. So I really like this, because if they hadn't done all of this, people would go, remaster GG, but not adding new bosses? Sad scam game, or like, WTF is that? Because everyone has their own kind of idea of what that means to them in their head. So I really like this statement. I think it makes sense. Obviously, I'd love for there to be new floors and puzzles and bosses, but they're focused on actually fixing the stuff about Dungeoneering that currently exists that is bad. I'm cool with that. People complaining about too many news posts are weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is like easily the best era of communication we've ever had. But for some people, like, here's the thing though. I get why you might have blog fatigue. When you go here and you see March is just a brand new thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blogs in 6 days. But yeah, no, I think I'm glad the info is there. Love when Mod Jack did his design streams. Yeah, that was a really cool thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. So Mod Ryan, for probably 2.5 years, has floated the idea of streaming. And I honestly think his streams would go very hard. I think he just needs a little bit of nudging, and then he'll become a Twitch streamer. I honestly, I could see it happening. But yeah. I don't even keep up with them anymore. I wait for you or Omid to read them to me. W? Did I see any clips of Millennium at the Sphere? No, I did not. All right. Next thing. We're generally looking to remove complexity, make the skill more intuitive to understand, jump into. The intent here is to modernize and better the skill up for the future rather than add a slew of brand spanking new content. Cool. How can you get involved? We've been previewing our design intentions in the blog today. We know what we want to do, but we want to take this opportunity to check in with you and see if there are things you feel more or less strongly about. It's still in its early stages, and certain ideas mentioned here may need to be properly investigated. While probable that not all of these nice-to-haves we covered today may be feasible or released with the update, the majority of what we're presenting today should be implemented. With that in mind, please do join the discussions this week and let us know what features we've covered you're most excited about, which of the features we've covered we have questions about, what do you think is a nice-to-have but you wouldn't want us to prioritize over others. Additionally, do weigh in your own thoughts in the places where you feel we've missed something or haven't mentioned it. Cool. Something interesting about this one I'm realizing is I feel like a lot of the time when we get like a design blog, it's too late for our feedback to matter because they're basically saying like, this is what we're doing and it doesn't really matter. This feels like the opposite. It kind of feels like this project just kicked off. So, yeah, let's get into the devil in the details. Why don't we? Currently, Dungeoneering is a skill we observed many players primarily training using methods outside of Demonheim dungeons. That includes elite dungeons, tokens, sinkholes, the beach hole prior to the removal, XP lamps. To us, this is a strong signal that the core balancing of Demonheim dungeons is in need of improving so that players have a greater desire to train this skill through its original vision, with any alternative methods being a nice to have that you could occasionally switch to. Rebalancing Dungeoneering across multiple aspects, improving QOL for different communities engaged with Dungeoneering, as well as implementing and improving more modern systems are just some of the ways we want to revitalize this skill. Now I've set some expectations, let's take a deeper look into the specifics. This is valid. I went so dry at 83 on my main that I got 120 Dungeoneering just by going dry at 83. So are there going to be more comp recs with the changes? Probably. Hopefully. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Rebalancing output XP GP efficiency. This is about improving the XP GP efficiency ratios to make the skill more satisfying to engage with. The end of floor XP differs greatly across all 60 floors, with lower level floors like 35 and lower usually getting rushed or skipped as they don't give worthwhile XP at higher levels. We will rebalance the floor XP to make all floors worth doing across all levels, decreasing the gap between the lowest and the highest floors. We'll be mindful not to unbalance the early game for low-level players, and we'll still aim to maintain a feeling of progression across floor themes. This ties into our plans for the prestige system detailed further down. Okay, I mean, this seems fine. I think the prestige system is overly complicated, and it's kind of bad that, like, you do floor 1 and get, like, 8 XP, and you go, okay, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm not doing this skill. So yeah, that's a good start. New RS Guy logo. Yes, we do have new logos. Yeah. What we've done is we've made our logo, oh, don't open in Photoshop again. Not like this. I forgot it was my default. But yeah, we've updated our logo just to have a little bit more personality, because my previous one, while it was very clean to look at, it was also very boring. It was literally just like a regular font and then typed the RS Guy, and that was it. And I just felt like it just had zero personality to it. So yes, we have updated our logos. We've updated them across all of our socials, YouTube, Discord. And yeah, they're new and different. Cool. Next thing. Solo players don't always feel like they gain rewarding amounts of XP compared to when playing in a group. We will make solo play much less punishing. As part of this change, we may consider removing Dungeoneering Party Simulator items, as they've been largely obsolete since 2022. Okay, this seems good. I mean, this has been a point of feedback for Dungeoneering, which is like, it's the same thing as like everything else, right? Like, Zammy's a really good example. Doing Zammy in a group is 20% faster than solo, and I would be willing to bet the majority of Zammy kills are actually done in a solo, despite it being 20% slower. The problem with Dungeoneering is it's not 20% slower, it's like 80% slower. Ryan, I got GM serial kill, and the RNG crit chance was absolutely insane. I look forward to witnessing it. I will also say, Melee and Magic are very overtuned right now, and it's terrifying. But yeah, on to the next thing. Different gameplay styles are currently not appropriately rewarded. Think exploring the dungeon versus speedrunning to the end. We'll keep rewarding highest efficiency. We'll consider reducing the penalty of using guide mode or removing it outright, but improving critical path readability. This is awesome. I like this. I like this quite a bit. Dungeoneering XP will be gained from actions taken within the dungeon. For example, opening doors, gathering from resource nodes, or exploring optional paths should provide XP. When this change is implemented, it would likely leave the Scroll of Demonheim in an odd spot, rendering it largely obsolete. With that in mind, we will be likely be removing the Scroll of Demonheim. Okay. So I guess what they're trying to say is they want you to get XP for not just rushing to the end of the floor. And the way that they're going to do that is they're going to make everything you do in a dungeon give you XP. I mean, that makes sense to me. I actually think that's kind of cool. I like that. Like, imagine if you get to a door and you're like, wait, this is one of the doors that gives me a ton of XP. It's huge. Yeah. I'm cool with that. Next point. There is no monetary value in Dungeoneering. Tell that to the leech sellers. They make bank. We want to look into adding resource bags as a reward for completing floors, perhaps using similar items to Motherlode Maw. I mean, it depends how they do this. I think it's going to feel weird if I completed a Demonheim dungeon and I get like an MTX feeling cash bag, but it depends how they do this, right? I'd have to see what they're planning on putting on this before I decide if I love it or I hate it. But yeah, okay. To me, the thing about Dungeoneering, right, is the whole point of the skill at its core is like, you're going separate from the overworld, right? You're leaving your bank behind. You're leaving your stuff behind. I kind of liked the idea that, like, the thing you got for Dungeoneering was tokens, and you could spend those tokens on things that you could bring into the overworld that are from the Demonheim universe. You know what I mean? So to me, if you want to make there be monetary value in Dungeoneering, what I would personally do is I'd be doing something with tokens, probably, instead of doing like a reward sack. But yeah, I also think the reason why they're doing something different is because so many people have so many tokens that they basically have to be like, by the way, we're resetting tokens to 0 with this update. But yeah, okay. We'll have to see what happens, right? I think it's going to depend on what they do here. Okay, what's next? Bosses and mobs are generally outdated. We'll be looking over the stats of bosses and mobs, though we'll need to be mindful of those instances when low-level players are grouped together with high-level players. An important note to make here is that we don't want to drastically change the current flow of Dungeoneering that largely works. We're not planning to make changes towards an exhausting grind that what we're keen to achieve is that bosses feel like bosses once more, rather than mobs with a bit more health. Players should need to gear up for bosses and fight and put effort into it. Conversely, mobs shouldn't become so strong that they greatly slow down the pace. I freaking love this. This is a fat W. This is a 10 out of 10. I have said this for years. The thing that makes me bored of Dungeoneering now is that the bosses fall over in 2 seconds because they were never balanced. But conversely, mobs, when you get into a room and there's a random mob that you have 8% hit chance on because of the combat triangle, that sucks too. So I actually really like this change. Make the bosses actually hurt, make them actually really, really hard, but then also make the mobs easier and less strong. I think that's great. I am very happy with this. But yeah, no, this seems good. I'm really happy with this change. I also know that like some efficiency scapers are going to see that and be like, oh, but my dungeons just got slower. To me, I'm way more worried about the gameplay than I am the pacing, and they can tweak numbers to make sure it's rewarding. But yeah, this seems really good. A prospective change here might be increasing mob life points while reducing their defense at the same time to even things out. The other really nice thing about this change is it means you get more combat XP for Dungeoneering, which is also good because Dungeoneering has always had an identity of like being a means to train other skills at the same time. So far, I'm very happy with this news post. The only thing I'm not loving is the sack. The sack is the only thing I'm not a big fan of. Everything else is looking good so far. What's a good magic spec EOF? I would do either a Legatus Ember staff, an Iban staff, a Gothic staff, or an ABS. Mobs should also take the potential addition of necromancy into an account. Okay, I mean, this makes sense to me. Like, there probably should be necromancy in Dungeoneering, just because it's a combat style. So fair enough. I'm curious if there's going to be more info on that later on. Okay, next thing. Squiggle, thank you for 36 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back, and congrats on the new computer. Elite dungeons and archaeology give a lot of tokens, which are more rewarding than doing the skill itself. Uh-oh. I was waiting for the other axe to drop. Dungeoneering should be the main way of acquiring tokens rather than getting them through other non-core skill means. One consideration is to reduce the tokens gained from archaeology and elite dungeons primarily by reducing the moments at which they are received for the latter. We may, however, feel that it's best to remove token acquisition entirely from these activities. I am not going to lie. This makes sense. I feel like Elite Dungeons and Arc were given tokens so that you could train Dungeoneering by not training Dungeoneering because everybody hated Dungeoneering. But the point of this update is to make it so that you could just train Dungeoneering. I actually don't hate this, but I do think that Elite Dungeons specifically, like, I don't care about the Arc thing, to be honest with you. I do think Elite Dungeons should give some tokens. You can make it less, you can get rid of token farming, but I do think there's still Dungeoneering adjacent enough that I'd want to see you be able to get some tokens from them. Maybe it's just the final boss gives tokens instead of all of the bosses and mini bosses. Like, I don't know what the balancing is, but yeah, I'd want them to give you some tokens. The XP rates for Elite Dungeons and Archaeology aren't good XP compared to high effort DG. Yeah, but you don't do them as a training method, right? You go to an Elite Dungeon to do something else, like PVM, and then you end up with 120 Dungeoneering because you did a lot of Elite Dungeons. You know what I mean? That's what makes it like a shortcut that... I see why they're getting rid of this. It makes sense to me, especially if they're adding new rewards to the DG token shop. I'm sure the intent is they want people actually Dungeoneering for those rewards. But yeah, I get this. What if the skill still sucks? Well, then they will have failed. Hopefully they don't. But yeah, I get why they're doing this. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a change. I will also say token farming has dominated the Iron Man meta for like a while. I don't mind seeing it die after like 8 or 10 years or whatever it's been. Remove the XP and keep the tokens. Why do I feel like they're more likely to do the opposite? I feel like they'd be more likely to remove the tokens and keep the XP. But yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I don't hate it, but it's going to be an adjustment for sure. XP-based Garajo cards are much too powerful, especially when combined with DXP events, and create the kind of play loop that is incompatible with our move towards integrity. We're investigating the removal of XP-based Garajo cards. Yeah, that's fine. I honestly think they could just get rid of the whole card system. I just don't think it terribly matters. Okay. Keep the tokens that change to 1k per main boss in ED and not gain from mini bosses. Yeah, there are lots of ways to do it. I still think that they should offer some tokens from Elite Dungeons or some XP from Elite Dungeons, but I get what they're saying, right? They want it to be a side method and not like a way to skip Dungeoneering. Yeah, cool. All right. Quality of life. This is about removing undesirable friction and general clunkiness currently present in the skill. It includes removing unwanted time gates and addressing clunky aspects of puzzle and boss rooms. You've got a good grasp of what's important to you here already from previous discussions, but prioritization is still an important area that you could help us with for this set of notes. 1. No longer needing to have to bank before starting a dungeon. Instead, items would be automatically banked for you. Cool. Relevant keys and skills to be shown on the dungeon map. Ooh, I think I like that. It feels a little bit like a RuneLite plugin, but hey, if they don't do it, plugin API will anyway. So, sure, I'm in. Going from 2 clicks to open a skill or key door down to 1 click. Okay, big. Allowing Iron Men and mains to dungeoneer together. Big. Love that. Our thinking here is that it should be easier for Iron Men to jump into Dungeoneering instead of having to find a group of other Irons. This change will also make the system consistent with group bossing. Yep. That seems good. Investigating how skill door and puzzle requirements creates impossible barriers for low-level players when playing with high-level players. The likely change here, move away from skill doors having a hard requirement of you need a skill level of X to do that. Instead, players could attempt to open the door, but at a greater fail chance of failure if you're on a lower level. The intended direction here is to enable low-level players to get through a dungeon rather than slow high-level players down. Ooh. So if I went and dungeoneered with someone with max stats, instead of having to call them to open the door, I could open it myself, but it would have a high fail chance. I actually don't hate that. I think if you're doing like regular dungeoneering or you're doing solo dungeoneering, realistically, it's never going to come up, but it's sort of like a fix for an edge case. Like, because this really only comes up if you're dungeoneering with people that have very different stats from you, where the person that has the high stats, and I have experienced this personally, it is very frustrating. The one person with the high stats has to teleport around the room to every door while everybody else is waiting around because they can't open them. It is absolutely annoying. So I think this is a good compromise. I'm personally a fan of it. But realistically, if you're solo dungeoneering or you're like dungeoneering with people that have similar stats to you, this probably won't come up very often. So yeah, I think this is a W. I was doing 3-man DG last night on my group Iron Man, and it was a lot of that. Needed smithing and magic guy to do like half the stuff. Yeah, cool. Improving the bind system by adding a small but potentially expanding dungeoneering bank that is accessed via the smuggler. This wouldn't be intended for hoarding, but should be an improvement on the existing limited loadout system. The system would use banking presets as you know them, but it would mean that you don't need to lose all your non-bound items at the end of each floor. I think I get this one. I think it makes sense in the sense that, like, they're making your dungeoneering echo the real world. And, like, it's a system that you understand. I would need to see how this is implemented, though. I think, realistically, it might just be dungeoneering power creep. But they're saying just take the smuggler and just... It's actually just a bank that holds 10 items. And you can... And it's effectively the same as binds, but it's a bank. Yeah, I don't see how this is going to change the flow or the floor that much. In your opinion, how much DPM increase is unacceptable for hybrid versus style camping? So, okay, here is what happened with this update. Fast run hide. When the combat update hit, melee got improved by like 30 or 35%. Magic got improved by 20%. And then when you hybrid between the two, you benefit from both of those at the same time. So... realistically, the problem isn't necessarily hybriding. It's just that both melee and magic do too much damage. And if they both did less damage, it would probably be okay. That would be my guess. But yeah, okay, on to the next thing. What I'm hearing is we need to buff necromancy. Oh no. Yeah, no, I think this just makes it less clunky. I don't see this as like a good or a bad change. Do I think they're gonna nerf stuff? 100%. There's no way they don't nerf stuff. I hope they nerf stuff, genuinely. I don't know. I also know that now that I've said I hope they nerf stuff, if stuff gets nerfed like on Monday, even though I said this on Friday night at 10 p.m., people are gonna blame me for it. But like, this is the most power creep an update is introduced, I think. Like, period. Do I think it's absurd to suggest Tsunami, Meteor, Shadows share a cooldown? Here's the thing. The devs don't dislike hybriding. It's a valid form of gameplay. I think they didn't like the off-style crit buffs or the off-style grickoing. They've got rid of those things. Realistically, hybriding is a trade-off that you can make, right? You're sacrificing most of your invent space for the opportunity to do more damage. And they clearly made this update with the specific intent of not killing hybriding. So I don't see why they would want to make a change that would kill hybriding. They seem pretty clearly to be cool with it. They need to address macros. Okay, I'm sorry. I've heard so much random crap today about macros, and I'm really confused about it because I don't. What do you. Dude, I got this today. Jagex is far from having integrity. They banned my friend and claimed he was using a macro, but they never banned the content creators or PVM people who everyone knows they use macros. And then they talked about how macro could be eating food. And I was like, Bruce, brother, I don't use any macros. I've never used a macro in my life. The nutrients anyway. But you know, I've heard a lot of chatter about macros. I'm not gonna lie. I think they need to have a harsher stance on macros, and they need to make them against the rules. But also, macros are not like, they're not required for hybriding. They're just not. You could look at me as an example of that, or a lot of other people. A lot of people use macros. A lot of the best PVMers in the game don't use any macros and don't seem to have any issues. So you may just need better keybinds. But yeah, anyway. What else? What about bringing range and necromancy up? So if you did that, they would then have to remake every combat achievement, basically. That seems like they'd be creating a lot more work, right? They'd have to rebalance basically the whole game. But yeah, anyway, if I were to take a guess, I would guess stuff gets adjusted. Someone asked what the timeline for rebalancing stuff is. They need to do it ASAP. If they leave the game like this for 3 or 6 months, I think that's really bad. I would want it done like really quick. But yeah, anyway. If only there was an up-to-date keybind guide. I recorded it yesterday. Look, it's right here. I'm talking about keybinds. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not actually playing it, but dangerous click. Upload it then. It's not done yet. I stayed up till 4:30 in the morning last night working on it, all right? I'm grinding as hard as I possibly can. I'm so tired. Not necessarily advocating for this, but would nerfing tier 95s be enough? So I have kind of been banging the drum a little bit that, like, it's hard to not introduce power creep if you bring up the floor and make the whole core kit better, but all of the tier 95s amplify the core kit, and you don't make the tier 95s worse. So I've been saying it for a long time that, like, they kind of need to decide what they want out of legendary weapons. If they want legendary weapons to be this massive power spike, to the extent that they are, where, like, you get a Fasoa and all of a sudden you're doing like 35% more damage or whatever. I think in reality, if they like that and they want to keep that, it's really hard to have a game where low-level players with low tier gear can kill endgame bosses. You kind of have to pick which one you want. You can't really have both. So I'm curious to see how they tackle it, but I wouldn't be like, I don't know. I mean, depending on what they do, obviously. I probably won't be rioting in Falador if they were to take the power down on legendaries a little bit. I'd be fine with that. But yeah.
Fuwak donated $1. When I was 8 I was at the duel arena and I didn't know what pures were, and there was a level 65 pure and I was level 80 something, and he offered to duel me for my Guthix full helm, which was like 150k. Thinking he was just a noob, I thought it would.
What? Is there another part to this story? I'm like, I'm dying in anticipation. I'm so curious. I don't mean this as an insult to her, but I did watch Anna get a bunch of Master and Grandmaster timers yesterday in 2 or 3 attempts total. There's no way you're flaming my wife. She is an exceptional PVMer. She is one of the greatest PVMers to ever grace this land. And I can't believe you would come here in my Twitch chat and you would besmirch her good name. Yeah, no, she'd be the first to tell you that, Swiss cheese, absolute Swiss cheese, what was going on. Yeah, I can't even. She was cooking on some of them though. She was cooking. Shouldn't endgame bossing be for endgame players? I don't know. You can ask the devs that. I don't know. I don't think that's up to me. But yeah. Anyway, what's the next thing we're looking at? Wait, I'm gonna die. Prayer? Dude, look at my invent is not looking so hot right now. It's okay. We're gonna live. We're gonna live. But yeah. Well, if they decided there's gonna be a bunch of power creep, that could happen. Realistically, it could happen. I mean, I'd be kind of surprised, but yeah, they could do it. How much better do you think hybriding is over camping rep %? I am not gonna lie. I would much rather, instead of giving you a random number, once it's up to date, we can go on RS analysis and we can just calculate it. I would much rather calculate it and give you an actual number than not. Like if I were to guess, it's somewhere between 10 and 30% better. But I don't want to take a guess and be super wrong. We should just calculate it. Once RS analysis is fully up to date, we'll do it that way. Which, by the way, is the exact same way that we figured out how much power creep was introduced to this update. With magic specifically, magic was objectively increased by 20%. A sunshine rotation just does 20% more damage now than it did before the update. And that's not like a wishy-washy, like, random speculation. It's like fully spreadsheeted. I'm waiting for keybind video so I can copy it. On it, boss. What nerfs do you think are needed? I am not going to speculate on what they might do, but I would love it if they could bring down the endgame power a little bit. Ideally, without costing any earlier mid-game power either. But yeah. What % would be unacceptable? I'm not going to lie, Faster and Hide, I don't think it... Like, if hybriding did double damage, that would obviously be stupid, but I think you can realistically make an argument that, like, 20% more damage is fine, 25 is fine, 15 is fine, 10 is fine, 30 might be fine. I don't know. I genuinely, I don't think it matters at all, so long as you can complete the content in the game without doing hybriding, which is the current case. So, basically, I don't think it really matters. But yeah. Okay. Feel the combat update encourage more players to try a full manual? I think it will once people start making like keybind guides and manual guides and stuff like that. But yeah, I would guess so, right? Like there are fewer abilities and it's easier to build. So yeah, probably. I worry the disparity would influence future rewards and bosses. So here's the thing about worrying about future rewards and bosses. Realistically, all they need to do is make a boss that hits a lot, like a lot more than 2k a mass hit, and then all of a sudden, people need to bring food, and then all of a sudden, hybriding becomes something you can't really do, right? Like, there are mechanical ways to make it so that hybriding doesn't work out. The only reason hybriding is used everywhere right now is that Soul Split and your passive healing outscales every boss of the game right now. So there's a lot less of a downside to it at the end game. But yeah, to me, like, that's a balancing question. They can do it. What's the best use case for runic charge? I just recorded my magic guide yesterday. I spent like 3 hours recording it, and I will tell you the general consensus. Okay, ready? So, if you are... Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. Delete... Leak the bank pin? Leak the bank... No, don't leak the bank pin. It might be different from my other one, all right? It might be different from my mains one. It's not. It's the same as my mains one, which is the one that you guys know, but you guys don't know that. How would you know? How would you ever possibly find that out? The FBI and the CIA couldn't get that info out of me. So you will never know. I have to pay to reclaim the plunderance of my chest. I have 27 mil in there? Just from AFKing my stats? We're a chef. Okay, so runic charge. If you have a fully best in slot maxed out setup, what you're going to do for your runic charge is you're not going to use it on your sonic wave before the fight, and you're instead going to use it on your first omni power. So in your first asphyx buff, you are going to runic charge conk omni. And that omni, by the way, do you want to know what the average damage is on a fully maxed out conk omni in Tumikin's buff? It's 100,000 damage. That one ability does 100,000 damage. Low balance. But if you don't have a fully best in slot setup, so like maybe you're in like Tectonic, you don't have quite as much crit adren, I would use it before the fight to get your Sunshine set up faster. Hey man, I saw your 0 GP to max mage video yesterday. I have a question. Sure, what's the question? I hope if they nerf anything, it's just damage numbers, because combat feels really good right now. I totally agree with you. I don't want them to change how anything works. I just want them to like look at the numbers. All right. Shall we go back to Dungeoneering? Wait, someone had a question for me, though. But instead of asking the question, they asked me if they could ask the question. So now we have to wait in lingering anticipation for the question that they may or may not be asking. You drink really strangely. What? How do I delete every item in my bank to start? I hate to tell you, it absolutely sucks. So, Satan, here's what I do. I log in my main, I take all my untradeable potions, and I put them in invention machines with no charge, and then every piece of augmented gear that I own, I keepsake, and I put it in my keepsake bin. And then all of my quest items and other items, I trade over to an alt account, everything tradable, and then anything that doesn't fit into those categories, I drop. It's bad. It genuinely takes a full day. That's why I don't stream the day before a rebuild. It's because it takes me the whole day to clear my account. Okay. Back to Dungeoneering. How do we feel? Prestige system overhaul. The prestige system in its current form is not very intuitive, as well as being very punishing to floor XP if it's not followed. Our plan here is to tie the floor XP point detailed further up in the rebalancing section. We want all 60 floors to feel worth doing at all levels without punishing you if you don't follow the system to a T. Are you saying you aren't actually getting hacked? I am. I'm hacking myself. That's what we're doing. We'll be fully removing the prestige system in its current state and replacing it with an end-of-floor buff system. Oh. Floor XP will no longer be penalized by this system. Completing a unique floor will give you a buff. Buffs will be along the lines of XP boosts, resource boosts, token boosts, damage reduction, etc. There will be 5 to 10 different buffs in total. These will stack up. Buffs will be set relative to the amount of floors you've done, not assigned to each floor. For example, the buff on your first completed floor would be a resource boost regardless if it was floor 3 or floor 55. So taking off floors will instead mean that you could have gained the buff, or that you have gained the buff from that floor. As with the existing prestige system, if you've already completed the floor, but there's an uncompleted floor in the same theme, this will instead tick off and provide the buff from that floor instead. Your buffs will reset automatically once you've completed the max number of floors currently available to you. This does not refer to unique floors, but is instead a count that increases with any floor you complete. These carry over between sessions, so there's no pressure to do a lot of floors in one session. These reset automatically to avoid creating a meta of stacking 59 buffs and then repeating a completed high-level floor. For example, this new system would look like the following in practice. You complete 60 unique floors. Floors 1 to 11, 15, 23, 38, 45, and 60. This gains you 16 buffs, some of which will have stacked up. Your buff reset count is now at 16. You recomplete floor 45, As you've not yet completed all the occult floors, it would tick off floor 36 for you and provide you with 1 buff, bringing you to 17. Your buff reset count is now at 17. You recomplete floor 1. As you've completed all the frozen floors, you do not gain a new buff, but your floor XP is not penalized for the recompletion. Your buff count is now at 18, even though you redo a floor that you've already done. You continue on to complete 42 more floors. Upon completing the 60th floor, any buffs you had reset, as you completed 60 floors in total. They have described this in the most convoluted way ever. But basically, every time you complete a floor, you get a buff based on the amount of floors you've completed. That's it. I think. To me, this is more complicated than it needs to be. Like, realistically, I do think it's good to incentivize completing every floor. You could do this very easily just by having, like, an XP boost. Just make it less harsh than the prestige system. Yeah, this feels like a little more than it needs to be. Why is it good to incentivize completing all of the floors you can? Because if not, you would just spam your highest floor, which is kind of suboptimal to the idea of delving deeper and deeper into Demonheim. Yeah. To me, I get the idea of this. One thing I like about it too is that the buffs are set. And that's really important for things like speedruns and things like that. So you won't ever have like a seed where you just get really, really lucky and you get all of the speed boosts and then you can go for the world record or whatnot. So I like it for speedrunning. I also think it depends a lot on what the buffs are. To me, an XP boost is useless. A resource boost could be useless or could not be useless. A token boost doesn't terribly matter. Like, damn it. Like, a lot of these buffs just feel kind of useless. Or they may not matter. But, yeah, okay. Guys, we have Meteor Strike! Pog. Yes, it would be terrible if a skill wanted you to do the highest level of content you have access to. Do you know how boring it would be if you had to do... Please ignore literally every other skill that wants you to the highest level of content available. Okay, I feel like you're coming at this a little combative. Do you know how boring it would be if you had access to 60 floors and you just did the same one every time? I'm good. I would much rather actually work down into Demonheim because that's... See the little graphic? This is Demonheim, right? And these are the frozen floors. And then you go more down into the darker depths. But yeah, anyway, that'd be my take on it. Low effort MELEE Zuk Cape trap. Yeah, that's happening later today. Skills don't all have to work the same way. Resetting floor completion has been a core part of engineering since release. Exactly. That is what I would agree. Feel like either way it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fair. Can you do Zuk with your feet yet? I mean, I did it blindfolded, so I presume. But yeah, this feels a little overly complicated, but sure, whatever. Adding new skills. Wait, is my crop correct? Yeah, it is. Since Dungeoneering's release, a number of new skills have been added to the game, but not all of them are included in the Dungeoneering experience. This section considers what we plan to do. This would also be one of the most time-intensive aspects of the project. Necromancy. Player-centric. Add necromancy to the ring of kinship and classes. Add ectoplasm, which you'd receive from a small ritual site added to the starting room. The ritual site would have one candle, one glyph, a platform, and a pedestal. Candles and ink would be purchased from the smuggler. Add necromantic runes, which you'd craft through the usual rune crafting means while using impure essence. Impure essence would be created by performing a ritual on normal essence. Add 11 armor and weapon tiers associated with necromancy. 10 different tiers of ensouled cloth and bars. Tier 11 armor dropped from bosses. The idea is that rituals should be greatly simplified from their overworld counterparts, though they'd likely take less time. Like in a normal ritual, the outputs would be categorized as lesser normal and powerful materials. Adjust the bind system to allow for necromancy. Demonheim-centric. Adds a forgotten necromancer mob to all floors while removing existing necromancers. Update the Necrolord boss to use necromancy. Update mobs to take players' necromancy level into account. I think realistically, I think the community is going to hate this because there's a lot of necro kind of hatery. But I think as necromancy is a combat style, I actually think it should exist in Dungeoneering. Realistically, this process sounds absolutely terrible, but similar to normal Dungeoneering, you would do it once, and then you would bind the gear that you made. But, yeah. I think it makes sense, right? You've got players that come in and play through the necromancy pipeline, and then they can't Dungeoneer because they've done necromancy, and the floors are also scaled off of their combat level too. So you could have someone coming in and the floor is scaled off of their necromancy level, even though they can't use necromancy to complete the floor. Realistically, I think if you don't like necromancy, you don't need to use it in Dungeoneering. But I think it's a good option for a player that is not me. I think it's important for new players. Yeah. I think it's probably worth the dev time to add it. It just makes sense, right? I would imagine a new player possibly could get confused when they go in and all of a sudden they just can't use one of the combat styles. But yeah, what's next? Invention. Oh, hell no. Bro, can you imagine having to disassemble Shadow Silk hoods to get the Shadow Touched perk? And then keeping, like, you just keep missing the roll? See, necromancy, I want. Invention, hell no. Add invention-related doors. Adding invention's entire skill to Dungeoneering is currently considered beyond the scope of what's possible. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so they're just doing doors. That's fine. If you want to add a door, I'm on board. Anything beyond a door, and I am not engaging. Archaeology. Add archaeology-related doors. Fine with that too. No issues there. Speedrunner support. But wait, what would you guys make the doors for invention? What if it's a door without a handle and you have to invent the door handle? And then you put it into the door like a power outlet, and then you turn it, and then the door opens. That's the invention door. Invent a key? No, that's smithing. You smith a key. No. We got to invent the door handle. And then archaeology, what would the door be? Dude, can I just say this? I'm not like an arc hater, but it is such a boring skill in a vacuum. Is the door covered in dust and you just have to brush the dust off? Like, that's the only thing archaeology is. It's just tap ground and brush thing. Is there just like, instead of a door, it's just like a mound of dirt? And you have to brush the dirt away? Oh, man. But yeah, sure, whatever, man. I don't mind these. I think it'd be fine to add them, though. Speedrunner support? Ooh. We will add dedicated titles that will be acquired by completing floors at a certain time limit, as well as dedicated ultimate tier titles for unlocking all titles. We have a few early ideas for titles. Want to hear your thoughts on what would make the most sense. Complete all frozen floors in a time limit. Complete ABBA 1, Furnished, Abandoned, 2, Occult, Warped, and then ultimate tier bronze, silver, gold for completing all the floors in the time limit. These will come in bronze, silver, and gold. We'll add quick chat support. What Dungeoneering statistics would be most important for you to show off with quick chat? I want a quick chat that shows how many floors I've completed since the update and how few doors I've opened. Because I want to create an index for my teammates so that they can empirically know that they got their asses carried by me. That is what I want as a quick chat. I want to be able to quick chat that I did the same amount of floors as Anna, but I opened 8 times the amount of doors. That's what I need. We will add floor time high scores. That's really cool. Dude, can we get boss high scores? I'm just realizing that we don't even have boss high scores, bro. And we're going to have Dungeoneering floor time high score. Like, that feels Like, I'm on board. I like this, but can we get boss high scores? At minimum, this would be an in-game notice board. Ideally, it would be on a web page. Cool. Yeah, I think this is fine. Miscellaneous nice-to-haves. The notes in this category have been earmarked as nice to have. If we need to spend more time focusing on ensuring other aspects work, then these nice-to-haves will be deprioritized. Okay, here we go. Improved tutorialization. The smuggler should provide more info. We should add a guidebook. We should add UI pop-up tutorials. I think that feels kind of important. Review interfaces and update them where needed. Are there interfaces you find useful or that you struggle with? Any that are particularly outdated? Yeah, the bind interface. Rework kinship classes. Add overload potion creation. Remove the shared XP option. I agree with this. We don't need it. Remove complexity 2 to 5 options when performing a party and rename the function to either low or high. We found that very few players choose between 2 and 5, creating a level of bloat that is unnecessary. Do you agree with the assessment? Have you found use of complexities 2 to 5 frequently? So I am fine with this as long as you put skills like fishing and woodcutting in the low complexity. Because realistically, like, we don't need to keep every complexity level, but we should keep the one that people like for skilling. Perhaps. Update the models for bat, skeletons, zombies. Sure. Guide mode changes. Move the guide mode to the starting dungeon interface. Reduce XP penalty of guide mode. Improve the readability of the critical path. Remove the guide mode penalty and always on toggle. Consider removing guide mode entirely. How do you currently use guide mode? I don't, because it gives me less XP. It's such an interesting one because realistically, the skillfulness of Dungeoneering is the pathing. And I wonder how that skillfulness changes if the game shows you the critical path. I could see this being very preferential to a lot of players, but I also do think that if there's no penalty, I mean, they say reduce, not remove, right? If there's no penalty for having it on, you just always universally have it on. But yeah, okay. Add loot beams and new mini map icons instead of just red dots for recipe drops. Oh, that seems good. Okay. The next segment is rewards. Rewards. Reward shop and reward trader shop. Combine the ED shop with the reward trader shop. That's fine. Update items brought from the reward shop so they come with 100% charge instead of 20. Sure. We also want to look into the rewards available for purchase with tokens. We do have to be mindful here that some of the existing rewards may be outdated, while any new shop additions could be acquired instantly by players who built an overabundance of tokens over the past if the items are priced too low. Chat, any of us in this picture and don't like it? I think I have like 10 million Dungeoneering tokens on my main. I think I'm in this. Also, hi Casual Gamer, thank you the primer, appreciate it. Referring briefly to our design philosophies in mind, skills shouldn't be something you necessarily complete, but rather something that you return to for as long as you personally want to, where you feel your engagement is appropriately rewarded at every stage of the journey. With that in mind, we want to add a repeatable consumable reward that would speak to just that continuous play cycle, delivering an appropriate and ongoing reward. Huh? A repeatable consumable reward that would speak to continuous play cycles. See, the thing that worries me about this is if this just turns into another system you have to interact with to Dungeoneer, I actually think this is a bad thing. Realistically, the XP and the reward of Dungeoneering should be balanced innately by itself, by just going and doing the thing. I would be much happier if the Dungeoneering token shop had rewards that were things that I take into the outer world. It could be a scroll, it could be a weapon, it could be an armor piece. Like, yeah, I actually don't like this. Having to constantly go back to the shop and spend a lot of the tokens I'm getting on a buff or feel like I'm missing out. Not a fan of this. My like idea for this would be to not do it. But fair enough. Aside from above consumable reward, we want to add a variety of new rewards, including necromancy variants of existing rewards, as well as a new companion pet, cosmetic overrides, and functional unlocks. That's it for now. What do you think? Head on over to the official threads on Discord and Reddit to get involved in the conversation. I would say there should be a reward. What would be the reason to do Dungeoneering if you're 200 mil XP? Brother. You're 200 mil XP. I would argue that perhaps there shouldn't be a reason to do Dungeoneering if you're 200 mil XP. You already did it. You did the thing. That'd be like climbing Mount Everest and being like, man, how is Everest going to get me to want to climb it again? Brother, you did it already. I don't know what to tell you. That might be time for a new account. For the love of the game. I guess. But yeah, cool. I mean, if you guys want, we could head on over to Reddit and take a look at what people are saying. I generally don't like streaming a ton of Reddit stuff because sometimes people will like clown on comments that are crazy, but I'm happy to get like a quick vibe check. Okay, comments about the store. Well, okay, now here, the actual play, sort by controversial. Don't touch anything about Elder Dungeons. Uh-oh. Wait, there's nothing terribly controversial happening here. Why do we need floors and all that crap to begin with? Oh no! Once again, talk about nerfing something to make a skill feel better. How about instead of touching ED or Arc, you buff DG to be better than them? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I love pulling up the ladder once I get to the top. Me too. Although a lot of people I have found, even after I pulled the ladder, they still don't feel like they need it. The worst aspect of Dungeoneering is the 1 to 30 rushes. Totally agree. Main criticism of the blog goes back to the old problem of Dungeoneering equals Demonheim, and therefore the issue of this skill actually feeling like a mini game. Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know how fixable that one is. I have a concern. Removing or nerfing tokens to EDs will feel like pulling up the ladder behind veteran players. I mean, it's a balancing point, right? They just need to make the balance good. If they balance tokens from Dungeoneering, then you're kind of fine, but yeah. I will also say this too. This is exactly what you'd expect on Reddit, right? Like, people aren't going to be like, you know what? Actually, this thing is overpowered. We should reduce it. Mod Lua replied, touch about point 2. We didn't go into depth quality of life on the blog as it's a long list, but we will be looking to improve annoyances time gets across the board for puzzle rooms and bosses. Oh, that's great. Very nice. Will the sagas be updated? They're held up even worse than the rest of DG. We won't be looking at sagas as part of the project. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see the sagas touched, but yeah, overall though. Overall, though, I think this blog is good. I think a lot of what they're doing is good. I don't know if I agree about the reward sacks, and I don't know if I agree about a repeatable reward that you'd want to keep funneling tokens into, but I'm certainly excited for a Dungeoneering that is a little easier to get into and understand and play, especially excited about buffs to solo Dungeoneering. I think that might be, like, arguably the biggest thing is when I make a new account, like I should be able to go in and Dungeoneer and it should be a smooth, fun experience. It shouldn't require external unlocks. Because to me, that's a core thing to Dungeoneering, right? Is you should, it's separate from the rest of the world. I shouldn't need to go do other rest of the world stuff to be able to Dungeoneer well. But yeah. Okay. I'm like sort of on board with this. What do you guys think though? Yeah, in general, I'm not, I don't think there's anything like crazy in there. I think my big thing is that Dungeoneering needs some love and some quality of life. And I think it is the right thing to focus on. I think it's very weird that there's an entire skill in the video game that is largely not done. I also think it's really cool that they're leaning into speed killing for Dungeoneering. And the reason I say that is not because I like Dungeoneering speed killing. Actually, in fact, I don't. But DG speeds have had a community for years and years and years. They've always been a thing. They've always had a small dedicated community. And I always think it's really good to do updates that mean things to those kind of sub communities that really breathe a lot of life and personality into the game. So overall, I'm like extremely pleased by that component of it. This is the first content remaster on the roadmap. Prediction on the second. Chat, what do you guys think the second one might be? I will not be predicting the second one because I know what it is. What? Somebody just got... Huh? Someone got insta-killed. What was my concern with reward stacks? I just think it might feel non-Dungeoneering. Because, like, to me, a lot about Dungeoneering is, like, it's separate from the game world. So the things that you get in a dungeon, outside of tokens, are generally things that you keep with you in the dungeon. It's almost like it's like an alternate universe. So it kind of feels a little weird and arbitrary if I get, like, an MTX-style cash bag after I complete a floor. If Ryan knows what the next one is, it's definitely invention. Bro, I freaking hate invention. I hate invention with such a burning passion. It might be the thing I hate the most. Like, well and truly. Invention is completely confusing, and I don't understand the point of divination. Yeah, I'm seeing some good suggestions here about what the second piece of remastered content is, but yeah, this is the thing, right? I'm always going to be honest with you guys. Like, I love engaging in rampant speculation, but if I actually know the answer to the question, I'm always happy telling you guys that I know what it is, and that is why I will not be discussing. Ryan, when are we getting you added to the game? What do you mean? The Dwarven Mine is northeast of the Falloder Lodestone. They added me and my whole family. Without saying what it is, did anybody predict correctly? I am not going to say. Hello, Big Pup. Wait. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. You're an absolute demon. Also, give me 1 second. I'm back. Construction needs reworking? Isn't construction already getting reworking? I thought it was. Sorry, I'm changing the settings on my headset because there's a lot of activity happening around my house, and I'm going to turn on the noise blocker so that I remain dialed in. So I'm just doing that really quick. But yeah, Pup, how did your Lego go? Did you win? Can we see an image of the final Lego? He's not done yet. Without saying what it is, what's your favorite cheese? I don't know that I have a favorite cheese, to be honest with you. I would say my favorite cheese is probably... Like, here's the thing, right? And I know I'm not supposed to say what it is, but... See, the thing is, like, my gut answer was brie, but it's not a very versatile cheese. But then the other one was like Parmesan is delicious, but you wouldn't eat it straight up. Well, maybe you would if you're in a different wealth class from me. So then maybe it's just like cheddar because it's the most versatile. Cheddar is the only cheese that you can put on a bagel, but you can also put on pasta, but you could also eat by itself. Like, to me, it's like the necromancy of cheeses. Whereas Parmesan is like the range combat style. And then brie is like melee a little bit. Because I would absolutely go to France and rob a cheese shop with my fists for a wheel of brie. Mozzarella? Yeah, but it doesn't have a lot of flavor. You know what I mean? I feel like you gotta go more flavorful than that. Pepper Jack? Everybody's saying Pepper Jack. Y'all are outing yourselves as very American. I'm just putting it out there. What's the quest we're looking for? It's the one in the Abbey. The one that gives me devotion. Why don't I just pull up? And then we'll find out. The question got so much more investment than I expected, and I couldn't be happier. Thank you. No problem. One piercing note. Correct. That is, in fact, correct. All right, let's do it. Also, I'm just going to mention, here is the plan for today's stream, like the actual gaming part of today's stream. So first and foremost, every time I move my screen, my UI breaks. Second off, so here's what we're doing. We're going to be cooking up a low effort Zuk that I think is going to be easier than Necromancy on this account that does not have Soul Split. So I am 53 prayer, 90 attack, 90 strength. Also, 1 archaeology, 1 necromancy, 58 invention. So very, very bare bones stuff. Now, in order to execute the method correctly, by the way, I've been training for this all week so that we could get this done. We have to do 2 quests, 1 piercing note, and then we have to do the obsidian armor quest, which I have all of the requirements for because I trained it to 722 mining. So that is the plan. We're doing 2 quests, 1 piercing note, and then the kill me one. And then we're going to cook up what is hopefully going to be a low-level, low-effort, semi-AFK Zuk Cape. That is the plan. But first things first, we should do 1 piercing note so that I get devotion, because it's just a good ability to have, and y'all were flaming me a little bit for not having it. And I think, honestly, kind of deservedly so. Bring of Extinction, that's the one. Thoughts on Mod Osborne returning to Jagex? Isn't he on Dragon Wilds? I think he's on Dragon Wilds. So I don't know that it's going to matter for us. But yeah, cool. I miss the Mod Elfborn days. Those were cool days. Yeah, that'd be my my take about that. Means we get to see him during RuneFest. That's true. There's ever a chance Jagex completely removes minigames or untouched content? Yes. I think it would be a good thing if they did. Like, I think realistically, they should look at if things have a good place in the game. And if they're dead because they're out of date, update them. And if they're dead because the player base has changed, you know? There might be a little less you could do there. Okay, enter the westernmost cell in the southeast corner. So this one. Huge. Inspect the bed. I do a melee hardmode Zuk guide for the idiots like me in the room. Wait, do you need to do hard mode specifically, or are you open to normal mode? I'll do either. If you need a hard mode, we can do hard mode too. Think that ever make fishing trawler and heist available to Iron Man accounts? I hope so. That'd be cool. Drop rates are chopped on normal mode. Hard mode only works easy K. Oh, you're trying to get an easy K. Got you. Sorry. I always assume that people are just trying to get people are just trying to get their cape. But yeah, that makes sense. Run directly south and inspect the body. Is there a body in here? Oh no. Wait, chat, what happened? But yeah, no. These are 2 quick quests. Kingly Impling? Chat, there's a Kingly Impling on World 104 if anybody wants it. I'm 49 Hunter, so it's not going to be me, that's for sure. Wait, Elliot, are you max rune score? Codex or Magic should I buy first? Concentrated Blast. G-Conk is the absolute goat. The nun got slimed out. It's crazy. Talk to sister Elena north of the cabbages. In the kitchen. Wait, first, I need a cabbage for later. I'm grabbing one. Gronk? Dude, I miss Gronk. Everybody used to call it Gronk. I don't know what happened. It's a bit of an L. Oops. There we go. But yeah, anyway, we're getting Devo really quick. I actually don't even know if we're going to need Devo, but I agreed with chat's feedback, which was last stream. It's like, dude, anybody who's going for a Zuk Cape is going to have Devo. And if they didn't, they would or should do this quest. So I get it. Okay, Dr. Cecilia in the East Central Room Chapel. Yeah, I miss Grunshine too. Sister Cecilia. But yeah, no, this is a quick quest. I think the other quest is a fun quest. Can I also say, it feels very weird that I'm currently doing a quest right now on this account. The aim for this account was just to play it for like 2 days, and that's it. And now all of a sudden, we're, you know? We're like proper playing this account a little bit. I will say this though, I think this will be the last day on the account. All I wanted to do was try out the lower level combat and also train it up so that I could use it for guides. Which has proven very useful because it doesn't have any of the ability upgrades. And it means, as an example, like when I made my magic guide that I recorded yesterday, it was extremely helpful because I got to use like normal concentrated blast. Kind of a win. This is how every ult starts now. I mean, realistically, if I were going to make an ult, I would make a new main and I would actually play it. Wait, feet? Where? For free? Wait a second. When is a starter optimal perk guide coming out? I can put it on the list if you want. It's not super high in my priority list because the wiki page, like the wiki page just has everything. Sister Katarina. Okay. And then operate the clock mechanism to show 12. By the way, good sustainability, tendrils does more harm than good. See, it kind of depends, because if you need a Dren, you need a Dren. So for magic, it's quite good. Okay, wait. Talk to feed. Did it say what I meant to say? Uh-oh. I think we're good. But yeah. So now we gotta crank the clock to 12. There we go. Huge. And then 2 clues. Just starting group PDM on an iron account. I can't really use tendrils and deleting food. Yeah, fair enough. I will say this too. As a ranger, I find that I don't use tendrils that much. Straight up, I don't use it frequently. So I don't think that's like unreasonable or invalid. Say nice boots? Wait, to whomst? Yeah, also, you know what I think it is too? The reason I didn't want to do this quest... Leagues was crazy, right? We had to do this quest so many times. But alas, here we are. Climb down the stairs to the cellar in the room northeast of the chapel. All right, so we go this way. And then it'll be good. But yeah, no, I actually think this setup's going to be really, really sick. I'm looking forward to it. We'll have to see, though. Of course. The demon is back. Uh-oh. Wait, step 15? Quest complete? What? Bro, my quest guide is chopped. Okay. Guess we just teleport out? Search the robe. Okay. Get a cell key. Isn't there like a candlestick I have to search, but it's really hard to find? There's something in here. Wait, hold. Maybe not. Okay, let's go back up. Wait, what's in here? I'm just going back up. Let's see if we can get a cell key. What's he up to? We're unlocking Devotion on the Noob so that we can then unlock Obsidian Armor and then try to do a very low-level Zuk run. Because I think it might be the new meta. Potentially. I think if we cook, we can come up with something exceptional. Okay, search the sack in the kitchen. In the singular sack, not the plural sacks. Got it, boss. Southeast corner of the building. Enter the second cell from the east. How long do you do every quest on a new account? No wiki. Probably a long time. Yeah, my guess would be long. There we go. Read the letters. And then we talk to Valerio. Nice. Are you hoping to be involved in the client API stuff? / am I involved in it? I would suspect that I will be involved in it. I'd presume so. Especially just as someone that's made so many projects that would benefit from API. I would presume that I'll be involved, but I don't know a ton about it right now. Dude, I love the idea of just walking up to a random dude and being like, hey, are you having an affair with this person? Okay, we go back to Cecilia. Get another clue, and then we're cooking. What if someone donated 20 bucks after each quest? My allegiances can't be bought. Okay, they might be able to be bought, but how much money would that be for a full quest cape? There are what, like 200 quests? So $4 grand for a quest cape on a new account with no wiki? Is it crazy if I don't think I would do that? I think that tells you a lot about how I feel about questing. But I genuinely don't think I would do that. I wouldn't do that. Also, this quest guide is chopped. We got to go back to the basement. Northeast corner of the Abbey. Okay, let's go back to the basement. I'm missing 5 clues. Okay. Oh! I see what the problem is. Done. We're good now. It's the click box. 270 quests. Okay, so it'd be like 5-6 grand. I don't know. I mean, I think it would take me like months. I think it would take a very long time. But yeah, anyway. New person? It blows my mind that people got quest cape on leagues. Well, they had to. There was a task. There was a full-blown leagues task that was just like, hey, get a quest cape. Get the full quest cape. Which, by the way, is completely insane. Yeah, I think I would need more compensation than that. Also, I'm grabbing some tea. I'm also slightly pouring tea on myself. While we watch the Ripper Demon go absolutely crazy. Okay. Tea has been acquired. Wonder why RS Leagues got a lot of hate. Dude, so deserved. I made a very scathing review on RS Leagues, but we didn't have time to get it out in time, so I'm saving it for when we start talking about Leagues 2. We're literally gonna do an interview with past Ryan about all the stuff that drove me through the wall about leagues. It's gonna be sick. Climb the nearby ladder. Operate the winch. Climb back down. Talk to Valerio. And then we go back to the Abyss, and then we're cooking. Wait, someone just lost their hardcore status? Speaking of hardcores, by the way, I am deeply considering bringing back Tall and Manly for a little bit. I think it could be really fun. We shall see, of course, but once they've done, like, if they're doing nerfs or anything, like, I'm going to wait a little bit. But if Melee ends up being really fun, I could see myself doing a Melee ED2 arc to get the 2 abilities that I don't have yet. Could be very sick. Okay, this is where there's a thing that's impossible to see. This thing, yeah, this tiny little thing. So I click move on this. Okay. Use the cabbage. I love that it says try not to eat the cabbage. Okay, and then we jump in there. And then we search. Use the robes on the cabbage. Hide in the cabinet. Maybe bring back Tall and Manly and AFK for Spear Tip. Oh, I already have a Spear Tip on Tall and Manly. Tall and Manly is a pretty advanced account. I've got an exit kill. I've got a Spear Tip. I've got full vestments. I sent a message to Mod Reaper asking them to consider bringing escape crystals to RST Hardcores. I would love for that to happen. I've been banging that drum forever. I really have. It's been, honestly, it's been a little frustrating that, like, it's such a, I'm trying to think of the word. It is such a cart before the horse situation, because it's, my understanding of the problem is this. It is not worth Jagex's time to add it because nobody plays hardcore mode, okay? But perhaps nobody plays hardcore mode because there isn't an escape crystal. Hardcore Iron Man mode could be a massive game mode that is beloved by many if they just added the escape crystal. Yeah, it's a frustrating one because you have to convince someone that like really, really gets it that it's worth the time. And the stats would indicate that it's not worth the time, but it's one of those good situations where like the stats just aren't entirely accurate. They don't tell the whole story. So yeah, anyway. Would enough real hardcore with 4 lives anyway? Isn't it 3? But also, if we had escape crystal, you could get rid of the extra lives. Presumptively. We go back. I say, enough talk. Is this where she gets yeeted? Bang! Oh no, did I do it wrong? I might have done it wrong. I think I did it wrong. Okay. Oh, I'll go back down. And then we go back up? Okay. That hardcore died to Castle Wars and Jack's like, well, policy. See, that's the weird thing about hardcore Iron Man mode. They give you lives so that there's like no responsibility to refund hardcore lives. Like I lost my original hardcore to something that was 100% Jagex's fault. They quite literally admitted it was their fault, but the policy is we give you 3 lives so that no matter what happens, they have a policy of never refunding lives. I'd be so much happier if they just got rid of extra lives and then did escape crystal. That'd be great. But yeah, anyway. Any way to get Silverhawk boots? I don't know. I'm kind of assuming only Thaler, yeah. They're also getting deleted soon, right? That's such a sick move. Yeeting her off the top of the tower. Absolutely cooked her. Okay, and then we talk to the Abyss. And that is quest complete. Absolutely massive. So most importantly, we had to do this quest because we unlocked Devotion, Sacrifice, and Transfigure. And the thing that I find interesting about that is I actually don't know if Devotion is the ability I'm going to be using the most here. I'm almost more intrigued by Sacrifice. And the reason I say that is Sacrifice can be used now as an adrenaline bar spacer. Because a lot of the bars right now, it's really hard to build. Sacrifice actually useful now if you're trying to cook a really, really big bar. But with that said, one more quest to complete, Brink of Extinction, and then we go to Zuk. There we go, and I need a pickaxe and invent space. And that's it. Yeah, this is the fun quest, right? It's literally just kill a bunch of stuff. Why are Silverhawks being removed? Because they let you skip the whole agility skill. RuneScape's kind of like trying to move away from anything that you would consider like kind of nonsense. That'd be like how I would explain it. Anything where you're like, okay, this doesn't feel super fair or balanced, like skipping an entire skill, is probably on their list of things to kill. Okay. I think all of that's good. I think my invent is good. I think my preset is good. I think my setup is good. Why don't we go grip it and rip it? Wait, actually, I'm going to my Cinderbrains out. All right, let's go. To the main plaza. Nakatra really did end the hardcore gym for most people. Wait, why? I actually didn't find Nakatra that bad on my hardcore. You just Necromancy, Hellhound, 3-minute, 30-second kills, really, really safe, because even if you get hit by waves, you don't die. That was how I did it. But yeah, anyway, all right. Run east through the arc. Like archaeology? Wouldn't auto be better than sacrifice? It's for a Revo bar, Roman. So usually when I make guides, we try to keep things as low tier as we possibly can. Run northeast to the birthing pool. Is this the birthing pool? Yeah, this guy. I actually don't remember this quest. Okay. Run around the wall where the fight kiln entrance is. Okay. And then I'm mining the statue. Oh, this guy. Okay. We lost so many endgame hardcores to Nakatra that we try to get all their shards. Oh no. See, that was the thing too. I didn't get all of my shards. I only got 2. Funnily enough, even with these 2 wrecks, it's got fewer requests than the Necromancy one. No, genuinely. I legitimately think this is going to be an easier Zuk Cape. Possibly by like a long shot than the Necromancy one. If this works the way that I think it will, this is going to be the new Zuk meta, which is really sick, by the way, because people used to meme on Melee Zuk and be like, Melee Zuk, impossible. Why would you ever do that? But no longer. Is this a mini game where you balance the spells? No, that's the quest before this, I think. That's the Elder Kiln quest. But yeah. Run southwest of the Czar City entrance. Oh, like all the way down. Okay. I'm in. What are this like? Got people to finally stop complaining about necromancy? I think people are always going to complain about necromancy. But yeah, for Zuk specifically, Melee's just got a really good kit for it, to be honest. We also will need to cook up a good Revo bar. That's the one thing that's going to be important. And then we need to make a decision on what activity level we want. So are we full Revoing everything, or are we doing a mix of Revo with a couple manual inputs? Because realistically, if we're allowed to use any manual inputs, it gets a lot easier. But yeah, no, with Necromancy in my Necromancy guide, I think I used Ancient Curses. So this is literally like 100 fewer quests. Melt the 2 stacks of fragments into TzKal with the furnace. Southeast of the main plaza. Okay. Done. Minimal inputs, yeah. I mean, even with Necromancy, we used some inputs, right? We did some Threads of Fate, we did some stuff. But yeah, we could also do multiple runs, right? There are Gaal around the city. Speak to any of them. Okay. Isn't there one like this way? I thought there was one this way. Me when I lie? Me when I completely lie? Wait, I found one. Huge. I think hard mode will also change. Or will necromantic still be superior? I think you don't want to melee hard mode. Because you know the last phase of hard mode where you got the pole that you have to spin around? It's not great with melee. Are you pure 2H? Probably pure 2H. But we might experiment with using action bar binding to have a bar for the Zuk part and a different bar for the non-Zuk part. But realistically, I think we're just going to 2H. Wait, speak to any... Oh, I need to speak to 3 of them. Uh-oh. Okay, we can do this. We're pole dancing now? What? I didn't say that. You said that. Okay, that's 2. And this will be 3. This is not the auto kill? No, this is Brink of Extinction. This is the next one. Go to the entrance of the library northwest of the main plaza. Wait, what? Oh, it's this way. Huge. Although if you Giga Bleed the pole, that might not be so bad. So here's the thing. I don't have any ability upgrades. That was the whole point of doing it on this account. On my main, it would have been really easy, and it would have looked really easy, but it wouldn't have been realistic. It's like, oh, this setup costs less than a bond, but also, I hope you enjoy spending a bill on abilities. Go to the entrance and speak to the gal. Oh, I missed it. I missed a step. Oh, we have a command for the quest helper I'm using. It's exclamation point quest helper. Okay. I'm gonna run south to the cooking icon. Oh, here. Okay. And it says, speak to the next gal. I'm looking at my quest book. But I already brought them all. Oh, this is telling me where the gal are. Okay, that's crazy. I didn't need that. It was giving me too much. Old school player waiting for daily sleep to be removed. When does that happen so I get to play? Should be later this month. I am also very excited about it, by the way. It's going to be sick. Okay, now we go to the fight kiln. Huge. Hi, Batman Sub. Thank you so much for the 15 months. Appreciate it. That is very kind of you. Hope you're having a good Friday so far. I can't wait for a proper quest plugin. Me too. It's going to be sick. So excited to grind for a week straight to get my Dark Onyx score. Have they said what they're doing with it? I'm assuming it's going to be on something consistent, right? So you got to grind it out if you want one. Dude, that's going to feel so good. Not having to like infinitely grind for something that you may never get. That's going to be so good. Yeah. Someone in chat a few minutes ago said their favorite quest line was the Tzar one. I'm kind of in the same boat. I think as a kid growing up, I always thought the Tzars were so cool and so scary. And I think part of that too is just like, being scared of Jad and seeing fire capes and going like, holy crap, that's the coolest thing ever. But I absolutely love all of the cutscenes. I love all of the content. The story is awesome. Like, this is a good one. For 25 Necro, is Raziel or Devour Guard best? The Raziel is better. Gnome quests are the best quests. Gnome quests are good too, to be honest. We're to the easternmost part of the Tazar city. All right, well, I can't run. I'm out of run energy. Oh, no. Bro, no way this quest has me needing to bust out the mint cakes. The devs back in then cooked with the quests. As a kid, I lost my mind when he tore my fire cape up. That is probably the cutscene in RuneScape that evokes the most feeling from me. Because I remember the day that the fight kiln came out. And the only people that were even trying to do it had full Torva and had their spirit shields and their chaotic rapiers. And I remember it was like Rune Shark and like Born for PVM. Rest in peace. And like, I was just glued to the screen. That was probably the first Twitch stream that truly glued me to the screen for the entire day. It was so fun watching. Okay. Is it this? North and east, so not this way. Ah, might be this one. So I go there. There we go. Done. In we go. Does Olin read the home teleport button for anyone at the minute? That I'm not sure about. Someone might know, though. I love the elf quests that lead up through ME2. This might be considered a hot take, but I actually have zero issues with Morning's End. I think the quest line is completely fine. 1 and 2. Even the light puzzle, I don't think is that bad. Pick up the mace, sword, and knife. I would love to. Nomad on release too? Nomad on release is sick. I think that's something that I miss, is there's just been so much power creep that a lot of the things that like I grew up finding really aspirational, like I think they're kind of a cakewalk now. So it always makes me happy when I hear about players that are like having trouble with Nomad and dying to it a lot, because it reminds me that part of it is that the game has been power crept, but part of it is also that just I'm an experienced player and realistically nothing that comes out is going to be hard for me anymore. But it's really nice hearing that things are really hard for other people. I got a message last week from someone and he wasn't asking me for like a carry, which by the way, I thought that was sick. I'm actually going to shout out to this person if they're watching this stream or they watch the VOD later. Usually when I get messages, it's people asking me if I can like carry them to like timers or to like achievements or whatever. And this person messaged me straight up and said, hey, I've been having a blast doing 4K Amaska with my friends trying to get our first kill. Don't worry, like I don't want to carry for it, but this is what we're struggling with. Would you be able to help me and help our team? And I was like, heck yeah, of course I would. And I thought that was like the absolute best thing ever. So I sent them some VODs and I gave them some advice. And I don't know if they've got their kill or not, but either way, I thought that was really cool. One of the best DMs I've received in a very long time. Okay, put the mace on the western scale and the sword on the eastern scale. Yeah, no, it always makes me really happy. Like seeing people too that like they're not trying to get carried to something. Like they actually just genuinely wanted to learn and wanted to pick my brain, and like that's sick. Do that, chat. If y'all are ever stuck with PVM stuff, hit me up in the DMs. I may not respond immediately, but I love that stuff. It reminds me of myself earlier on in my own RuneScape journey. Just before I was quite as endgame. Is there a timeline for Alt-1 working again? So Alt-1 has this thing that I would call a single point of failure, which is basically when updates happen, there is one individual that is basically needed to make stuff work. Okay, so I want the Medj to face the Ket. Oh, I see how it is. We're about to make a triangle. Look at this UI. Holy, it's beautiful. Okay, we're going to put you down here. Alt-1's working now. Huge. In that case, the answer is it is working now. I never know, though, because usually when there's like a big update, Alt-1 genuinely just does break for a significant period of time. Okay, so surely we're going to do that. Guys, we're making the combat triangle. Wait, but where's the necromancer? Wait a second. Chat, I'm missing the necromancer. Make a video about how to set up reaction bars. Keep buying stuff. Yes, I actually recorded it yesterday, and it is on the editing floor right now as we speak. Okay. So, should go this way. Bang, bang. We go. Okay. Yeah, the best looking forward to that video. Thank you. Also, thank you in advance for your patience. I've wanted to get videos out faster than they have gone, but it's just taking longer than I wanted it to, unfortunately. I mean, really, it was my fault. What actually happened yesterday is I thought I was him, and my plan was to record my magic talk through. I recorded it straight up like this, but it was an hour and a half to 2 hours recording, and I thought I would just do it live. Your other basics, and this is worth using pretty much universally. So every ability one at a time, working your way up on magic until you've got a full rotation. So you're slowly like building on complexities as you unlock them. But my thought was like, why don't I just record it all live and then edit it down? And honestly, I'm going to have to restart this entire thing because realistically, what I should have done is just recorded all the rotations and then done all the commentary after the fact. So I kind of blew it yesterday, but we'll get there. Things take time sometimes. So go to the US too, and I think it's important that you get this. Is this the how to teach your cat about gun safety? Sorry, Pup, not Pup. Pippin already knows. He's well trained. Just say the food change has been amazing. Yep, so good. How do I know about that book? I'm a knower. Okay, room 3. Turn off auto retaliate. So your character doesn't step on a glowing square when running to attack a monster. Pass the hot vent door. Oh, we're in the fight cauldron. Let me guess, it's going to be really hard to see which vents are on fire. Yup. Sure love that. Let's see, build about how to perform your rotations. Yeah, so the idea for what I recorded, and by the way, let me know if you think this is bad, but we started on a low-level account with nothing, and we worked our way in the level unlock order up. So it's like, okay, this is your first ability, this is ability 2 and 3, and how they work together. This is 4, 5, and 6, the 7 and 8, and then eventually, by the end of that process, we're doing a full Fasoa rotation in best in slot. But I worked up towards it incrementally, kind of adding one thing on at a time. That was my plan for combat guides. Oh, I can't get over there. Does this require overloads? I don't know. Probably not. I think it's great. Have I done it for each style? I haven't yet. I started on magic, and I was going to do melee tonight. And then I was going to do ranged next week. Make sure to include E-Tech for soul rotation. I did. Don't worry. It was included. It's, I think, right here. Yeah, look. There's Elite Tectonic Terry. Okay. Did I win? Oh, I gotta pick up the Obi Mall. Okay, done. And then we put the mall on the scale. And we go through. Yeah, I have not done this quest in a very long time. Does it include gear progression? It doesn't. But I'm going to reference a page that we made on the RS guide that has a gear progression recommendation for every level. And it even has a little tag for which gear progression items are good for Iron Man. My thrower got use Sliske instead of gear swapping mage melee. Pre-vestments, no, you're fine. Post-vestments, yeah, you're throwing. Okay, surely I'm just gearing them, right? Okay, he has a sword. Surely he wants another sword. Surely a wizard needs a staff. Surely a ring thrower needs a ring. And then surely the mace wielder needs a... Wait, shit. Oh, no! Wait. Oh, I'm missing a weapon. That'll do. Is the guide ready yet? It's 97% according to Josh. So I think it's going to be very soon, which is good. I'm hoping in the next, like, very short amount of time. Is Necromancy really so bad now? No, it's not. 'Tis not. I do think Necromancy gear is going to go down, though, because for a lot of players, Necromancy was literally the only usable style. And now people can use Necromancy and Melee and Magic. So a lot of Necromancy users are realizing that they don't have to be forced to be Necromancy users anymore. Which, like, that makes a pretty big difference, right? Yeah, so basically, instead of having one style, people can use all three. Oh, no, I remember this one. Chat. Last time I did this, I failed so many times, I almost got bullied off the internet. I need to activate 300% of my brain for this. Here we go. Down, up, straight. Down, up, straight, up. Down, up, down, up, right. Down, up, down, up, right, start. How many of these are there? Oh God. Down, up, right, start, up. Down, up, down, up, right, start, up. Down, up, right, start, up, across. Down, up, right, start, across. No! That was the last one! We go again. Down, up. Down, up, down. Down, up, down, up. Down, up, down, up, right. Down, up, down, up, right, down. Down, up, right, down, up. Down, up, down, up, right, down, up. Down, up, right, down, up, across. Down, up, right, down, up, across.
Warning, the streamer
Let's
is about to run out of
go!
water runes. This is a code, water
Even with you
runes.
guys spamming random stuff in my ears, I'm an unstoppable force. Do you guys know that quite literally chimpanzees are better at that than what I just did there? Like, genuinely, a literal chimpanzee could have absolutely bodied that. Okay, what's next? Turn off auto retaliate. Okay. Wait, I gotta go back into the hot vent door summer again? All right, let's go. Yeah, but a chimpanzee isn't almost a grandmaster. See, I know you guys are gonna annoy me here. In my keybinds guide, in the intro, I wanted to start with like the basics, and then I said we work our way up to grandmaster level keybinds. And I just know, Gupard's already pre-typing the comment. You just notice it's the same sequence every time? No, I knew. I just, I like learning off of a mnemonic, so I was happier saying the order as a pattern. It's one of those, like, I know how my brain works, and my brain works in a way that is positive. What's the box in the upper left? It's the quest guide I'm following. It's for the all-in toolkit. So the way that it works is it's like Quest Helper, except it's not as good as Quest Helper on old school. But what I can do is I use the keybind Alt-1, and it cycles me to the next step in the quest. So it's basically just broken up every step of the quest, and then I can cycle them. I really like it when I'm streaming so that you guys can see what step I'm on, and so that I'm not like constantly just like looking over at the other monitor. What account is this? This is a random throwaway account that I used to use for PvPing many, many years ago, like more than 10. But I've been using it for trying out the new combat changes because my main account has all of these upgraded abilities, and because of that, it makes it really hard for me to make guides or content using all of the like super juiced upgraded abilities. It's not terribly fair or like representative. And then I also have 120 stats, which is bad too. So I have found it to be preferential to yeah, having a new account I can use for guides is good, basically. So what we're doing today is we're playing this account specifically so that I can see if I can cook up a low effort Zuk method that gets you a very revolution friendly, take no damage Zuk Cape with melee. Pick up the sword, maul, mace, knife, and staff. All right. I have very limited memory of this quest. I actually wouldn't be surprised if, like, I probably did this on Tall and Manly, but this is a quest. It's probably my third time doing this quest ever, which comparatively is like very low. Okay, we got a puzzle. Oh, we inspect a scale for the word. Medge. Okay, so surely that's staff. Zill. Surely that's sharp, hunter, killer, dangerous. Knife. Oh no, it wasn't knife. Wait, what? Sword. Okay. Ket and her. Blunt, defender, guard, large. Small crafter, builder, sculptor. Okay, so surely it's maul and mace. Nope. Ket. Surely the Ket's not using a knife, like a dainty little knife? Ain't no way. It's gotta be. Okay, we're through. Did the door just groan at me? That's crazy. I remember and hate this quest, really. Miss the old RS Guy gear testing videos with the PvP section. Yeah, well, look, I had to adapt, all right? PvP died, so... Have there been any talks about nerfs since the update? We haven't heard anything, but I'll tell you this right now. Like, my expectation is that, like, it's one of two things, right? Either they intended to introduce more power creep than, like, probably any other update since the EOC, or things are overtuned. It's kind of a we'll have to wait and see. One thing I will say, though, is I really hope they don't wait forever to make changes. If they're going to make changes, like, just make them ASAP. Rip the Band-Aid off. And we'll be fine. I think the only situation that ends really negatively is if people get used to being this juiced for like weeks and months, and then after that they nerf it. Like, to me, it's gotta be snappy. And if it's not snappy, then maybe it's just gonna stay like this. Because those are both options. But yeah. We haven't heard a lot though. Yeah, I also know, like, put it this way, I get why people are feeling a little demotivated right now. I don't know. Like, when I went to Keslam and I killed it in, like, what, 1 minute and 15 seconds? When my previous kills were, like, 2 minutes and 15 seconds? It felt weird. It felt like I was playing a Leagues, you know? I don't know, you would think I'd be like grinding a bunch of stuff that I wanted to grind, but it actually kind of had the opposite effect for me. And maybe that's just me, but It just felt very strange. In legacy mode? Oh no. This is a quest that requires specific stun abilities. Chat, odds they haven't updated the quest? And I just can't do it? No, surely not, right? Oh no. Maybe it'll be fine. Okay, so we just need to kill Big TzKal-Zuk Hawk. Bro, it's got a head? Yo! That's crazy. TzKal-Zuk sounds like TzKal-Zuk Hawk Tua. I hate that. Prison. Actual prison. Stun. I stunned him. Wait, okay. Props to the to Big Jagex. I actually think they made it so that, yeah, they did it. My stuns worked. They penetrated his defenses to prevent him from healing. Do you ever do calc on necromancy numbers post EOC2? Yeah, so really interesting, Zithlander. Necromancy, as far as I can tell, genuinely lost 0. It did not lose anything or gain anything. Okay, they're there. And then farewell. And we go back to the north door. Huge. People on Reddit said Necro nerfed. So here's what I think happened, right? If you didn't go get the new perks, Necromancy was weaker, right? So I think what probably happened is you likely had a bunch of people that were used to using Equilibrium that didn't have any biting on their gear and didn't bother getting ultimatums, tried Necromancy, also without any crit stuff because they were used to using Equilibrium, and effectively they skill issued themselves. That is my understanding anyway. Okay. Oh, I gotta run all the way back to the main plaza. Okay, and then run on the quest. Huge. Yeah. So Necromancy also feels different, right? Because a lot of people like the consistency of Equilibrium. But in terms of like its actual damage, it doesn't seem to have changed much. Also, the ghost healing went down because it stacked with Equilibrium. But yeah, anyway. Was the Death Skull cooldown a buff or just an ease of use? More of an ease of use. Did it nerf until Abyss? No. That's not... Like, crits aren't a best-in-slot thing, right? They're just... Like, you could even do comparable damage if you had biting too. You might want a Reaver Ring instead of a Soul Ring. Like, you might need to make some changes to your setup. The Ultimatums perk is a low-level perk. It's common and it's cheap. It's not an endgame thing. But it is a new thing that you have to go into. And I think for a lot of people, they didn't go and do the thing. Got excited about the changes, came back to December, got 99 Necro to remax, set up all my perks, bought all the auras, all my loyalty points, finally getting set back up, and now it all got reworked, but it improves the game, so not that bad. What a based take, Yankees. I am sorry for the annoyance of having to go do some new things, but I think that's a very based approach. It's frustrating, but sometimes you gotta take an L. For the betterment of the people. P6U form, yeah, but that's not a necromancy perk, though. That's your Fasoa exclusive. Does it matter if I put biting on armor weapons? Put it on armor, always. The reasoning is this. There are lots of armor perks, and there are a few perks that are weapon exclusive. So you can't put precise on your armor, but you can put biting on your armor. They can invent. I'm ready to die? We're killing him? I also think all of it gets easier as soon as they do the new, because they said they proposed aspects for Vamp and Penance, right? I think realistically that's going to offset the loss of extra ghost heal. And then the other thing that you're going to see potentially, also rip this dude, the other thing that you might see as well is, wait, everybody's here. Like, they could still introduce Equilibrium. Wait, we're selling so hard right now. It's done. Brink of Extinction completed. Dude, look how much XP we just got. I just got a whole mining level. We're cooking. What do I put my lamp into? Like, realistically... Realistically, it's magic. Done. Okay, so Brink of Extinction done. That means now we can go get obsidian armor. And then we can start blasting Zuk with a Revo bar. Should be really fun. Wait, ghosts aren't going to heal anymore? No, ghosts still heal. It heals less than it would have if you were on the Equilibrium aura. Also, I don't know how rare this is, but I got a Kopesh of the Caridian yesterday while I was AFKing my combat stats. Wiki. Kopesh. Is it rare off task? Drop sources. Oh. Oh my. Oh. Wow. Okay, great. That kind of hurts a bit, low key. Okay. Is there anything else I need for doing Fight Cauldron? Probably not. I don't want to wear my toggles though. I think we just go with this. Yeah, should be fine. Might do the blood necklace. Everything else should be fine. And then we need to craft a better revolution bar too, obviously. Because what, do I look like a full manual Marty to you? Not today, I don't. Is this where the cauldron is? Nope. I'm teleporting there. What was that orb I had? It was the calm orb. You're not familiar? It's rare on task. Yeah, I was not on task when I got it, as you can imagine. Okay. So let's go get our obsidian armor. And then it's going to be Zuk time. I'm kind of stoked. Someone sold a Grigo for $315 and now it won't sell for $280. I honestly think that people thought range was going to come out of this update feeling a lot better than it did. I think range kind of lost a little bit anyway. Ooh, I got a taught Ilak. A razor sharp sword of obsidian. Pog? Also, don't mind me just like crafting a more goated Revo bar. It's coming along nicely, I think. Yeah. Realistically, before we go to Zuk 2, we're going to have to make sure that our bar works. The big thing is I want to make sure that Meteor Strike is actually going off. And I think the way to do that is to put it first, because it is an AoE. Oh, move. But I think if we do that, we'll be in a good spot. The only real range plus melee I've seen at Vorkath, and it's on par with Mage Melee. Yeah. So I actually don't think range is bad. I think range is bad to use. I think people are going to choose not to use it. That would be my like, from what I've seen. Like, range doesn't need to be buffed. And also, honestly, if you nerfed melee and magic, there's a world where people would be more open to learning how to range. I think the problem is it's 5 times more complicated, has 10 times more trade-offs, and it does less damage. So it's kind of like, why would you? Is the grind for Codex upgrade for melee abilities worth it? If you care about meleeing, yeah. Honestly, like, Flurry is very goated. Barge is also very goated. Fury is the one that, like, on my hardcore, I want Barge. I don't care quite as much about getting Fury. Where did I train my melee stats? I did all of my melee training at Corrupted Scorpions because nobody was there. And I prioritized a spot where nobody else would be over finding something that was like slightly more XP. I was getting like 400 to 500k XP an hour, so it wasn't bad. Kind of a decent spot. Nothing insane. Like, you could definitely do better, but I was happy with it. Since I switched from magic from necro, my runes go burr. Any good way of getting instead of buying shops out? On an Iron Man? Unfortunately, the best way to get runes is not rune crafting. Go kill some Zammy. No, realistically, it depends on what bosses you do. But for blood and soul runes, you can get a lot of them from PVMing. Things like astrals and cosmics and things. It's shop runs and it's shop runs and it's what's the word? It's like actual rune crafting. My new account is 67 Slayer. Ah, in that case, you may need to compete with people. You could do like Ravenous Ghouls or regular Ghouls, or you could do Abyss. But yeah, without the Slayer levels, your options are a little more limited. If you have Crystal Keys from Claystore, opening the Taverley chest is good for runes. Yeah, it's actually not bad for elemental runes. That's true too, depending on what you have. Do the Dominion Tower? Wait, for runes? For what? Ain't no way. You could do Flesh Hatcher? Oh, for combat XP. Yeah, if you're willing to play actively, Phileno, Flesh Hatcher is awesome XP per hour. I was looking at it, and even at level like 80 attack, no, I was 78 attack. And Flesh Hatcher was 600k XP an hour at level 80 attack, yeah. Anybody want to run ED3? Ooh, that's a fun question. A goodly question. Marvel just sent me this. This is very accurate. You've just got your happy Fasoa user just cooking. Your EZK user cooking, and then Squidward in his Bolg. That's very valid. Where's the Necro user? The Necro user is complaining on Reddit about how Necromancy is too weak, while also AFKing Raziel. Squidward is what? His Bolg. Not that this is like any level of priority, but I find it ever so slightly silly that I don't have any way of knowing how many shards I have. And there's a world that we like just massively overshoot. I keep dying at the rizzing ghosts. You were rizzed out by the ghosts? Uh-oh. But yeah, no. I am mostly curious to see what happens next week. I think there's a lot of potential for them to do good next week. Some little adjustments, like clearly necromancers want something equilibrium-esque, so find a way to give them that back. They'll be happy. Do some balance. Might be fine. What's coming next week? Nobody knows. People are hoping that it's going to be some adjustments to some of the combat stuff that's a little over or undertuned. I think mid-level necromancy is hurting. I wouldn't be surprised if it's supposed to be hurting, because that was the bracket where necromancy overperformed. Just with how much AoE you have, how much healing you have, how much damage you have, everything else. Wouldn't be shocked if it's intended. Avatars are next week. Wait, what's next week? Like the player avatar refresh? Surely not. Turn off your filter to see how many shards you have. Oh, I have 70. Okay. How many do I need? Wiki. Obsidian bar. You get a bar from 12 shards. Okay. So I need a... No. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I need 144. Okay. That's not terrible. So we're halfway. Big. What are your thoughts on the vamp and penance becoming aspects? As long as they're balanced by like you needing to choose which aspect you want, so it doesn't add like a lot of power creep. Basically, the thing that I want to avoid is if all of the aspects can be used simultaneously, I think it's going to be a little bit annoying to have to constantly upkeep all of these different aspects and also constantly have to like spellbook swap around to access all of the ones you want. But as long as it's balanced as like you pick one aspect, whichever one you want, and you use it, I actually think it's really solid. I think it's cool design. I think they're coming in at low levels, which is good, because realistically, that'll be the only aspect you have in the early and the mid game. And I also like that at the end game, it's not power creeping magic at all, because for magic for damage, you'll still want temp anomaly. But I think it's really cool that at some bosses you'll want penance, some bosses you'll want vamp, some bosses you'll want darkness. Yeah, I actually quite like it. How to make your loot box smaller? If you lock your action bar, you should just be able to drag it off the top, I think. Except, maybe not. Oh, it's probably in edit mode. I almost just died. So you'd have to go escape, and then you go edit layout mode, and then you'd look for it in here. That would be my guess. We're going to get tabs for the aspects, so magic can use it on normal spellbook. Interesting. I think realistically, it's going to be a spellbook swap moment. What is the theme of this account? This account doesn't really have a theme. It's just, because of all of the combat changes coming out and how much has changed, I didn't want to fall into the trap of recording all of my guides with 120 stats and all of the upgraded abilities that you can't toggle. It's actually been one of my major gripes with this game for a bit, is it's really frustrating that if you upgrade an ability, you're stuck with it forever. You can never downgrade for the purposes of like seeing what it's like without it. But yeah, basically I have this account and it doesn't have any of the ability upgrades, and it doesn't have any of the stats. So I thought it would be perfect to use for making guides, because if you can do a low effort Zuk Cape on this account, you can do it on any account. I don't have dive, I don't have curses, I don't have anything. And that's really good. Wait, so do you use spellbook swap for temp anomaly? Yes, you do. Delete spellbook swap and then make an omni spellbook. I have a slightly different take on this. I think it'd be really cool if spellbook swap acted like bone shield. So instead of having to press spellbook swap, you instead, if you cast a spell that's on a different book, it just costs runes, just like bone shield does with defensives. That would be my ideal for spellbook swap. I think you're still balancing the cost of doing it, but you're making it half the amount of clicks, or like infinitely less clicks, I guess, technically. Man, I really hope we didn't do all of this grinding for nothing. Do you know how sad I'm going to be if we try it out and it just like doesn't work? I think it's going to work though. I think it's a good setup. Spellbook swap is one of the reasons I don't want to get into endgame magic. Do you really use spellbook swap with magic currently? I mean, you do it at the bank for temp anomaly, but I think that's the only thing you use it for. I guess also disruption shield, depending on what you're fighting. That's fair. You know, it'd be really cool if you could have a custom spellbook. That'd be a really fun addition for like the construction rework. Like imagine if you could make a... in your like player own house library, you could make a room that gave you access to multiple books. Could be fun. Also, we're almost done this grind. I know it's been a bit, but we're at 119 shards out of 140. 144. Can I even begin to elaborate on how excited I am for the POH update? I mean, we haven't really heard anything about it, so I'm still like... I'm in my waiting to hear more era, but... I do think it'd be cool if there were reasons for me to want to go back to my house. That's also how you know this is a fantasy game, you know? Oh, no! No, 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 no. Eat, 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 eat. Do not die. We need to stay dialed in, chat. Spooky Gur, think of the 12 months. I appreciate it. So I'm concerned with Marks of War changes. It'd be cool to see Wars shop like a Herb Rune component bag. Getting something like biting components from Marks would be interesting. It would be really cool as a way to make invention easier, but I also think realistically, the people with the most Marks of War, like, I like the idea of getting a baseline reward from combat. I think a lot of the time what would end up happening is if you make it into a resource, all those resources just go to zero because people just AFK. Bosses farm the marks and then buy a lot of the resources, and maybe that's not a great thing. But yeah, it reminds me of old school's Nightmare Zone, right? Where you get the packs of potions or food or whatever. I hit the cap yesterday. Look at the shop. Really? I've never hit the Marks of War cap because I buy life refreshers and I spend all of my marks on them. You need to be careful not to make it so everybody's standing in their house doing stuff. The overworld will be so empty. Something that I'm intrigued by is the idea of making stuff solo together. Could be a really interesting concept for the POH. I don't know how you would do it, but it could be cool. All right, how many shards are we on? 141. All right. One more mob goes down, and then we're done. Is there any accurate price checker? GEprice.com is the best one in the business. You need a price check on Blood Chest. Oh no, we definitely don't cover Blood Chest. I'm sorry. Unlucky. Is P6U4 best in slot? For Magic it is. I don't know about the other styles. I don't think it is though. Okay. We've got our shards. Let's go to the Grand Exchange, buy some power bursts of Masterful Stroke. And then we're going to make our Obsidian Armor. And then it's Zuk time. Huh? What are you hawing about? Isn't that the name of the power burst? Isn't that just like literally the name of it? Power burst of Master Stroke. I don't know. Take it up with the game namers. This one wasn't me at all. I was gonna go to the fort. I don't have the fort. Artisan's Workshop? Are you making a video on the changes to perks? You know, I wasn't going to because realistically, it's just, there's a wiki page that just shows all the new best perks. And it's pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty well laid out. But you are not the first person today to ask me to make a video covering perks. So there is a possibility that, that I could do it. Any good rotations written down? I feel like generally best ideas, general sources to relearn. I am working on videos kind of as we speak that are going over DPS rotation things. I am not fully done, but I'd expect to see stuff coming out either early next week or over the weekend. The perks page on the wiki isn't updated. Wait, really? That actually surprises me a lot. Go to Magic. Oh, it's not. Wow. Okay, I'm actually very surprised by that. I mean, okay, alternate idea. I could also just update the wiki page. That would functionally accomplish the same thing. Like, if we wanted to, we could just... Okay, so that's Obsidian Boots. I don't know if we're actually going to need gloves, but whatever. I'll make the melee helmet. Plate body for sure. Plate legs for sure. And then, I mean, I guess we may as well make the gloves. I think realistically, Cinderbanes are probably better, but why not? When in Rome. Would be your first wiki edit not surrounded by a dead hardcore? That's not true. And also, that's mean. You are incorrect. Oh my god, I'm cooking with this thing. This power burst is nuts. Bold pieces are tanking, vestments are flying up. I'm actually surprised vestments are flying up because people are soloing 2K Zammy in like 4.5 minutes or something. And skipping all of the mechanics. So I'm actually like pleasantly surprised that vestments are going up and not going all the way down. But yeah, fair enough. Any VODs, yeah. If you just go to YouTube and type 2K Zammy speed killer, people are soloing the Grandmaster speed kill timer and skipping all the mechanics. I haven't done it personally, but it looks absolutely insane. Like genuine tomfoolery. Also, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. But as soon as we've got our obsidian armor, we need to start cooking our Revo bar. I'm thinking we go... Meteor, Adaptive Strike, Rend. Hurricane, Fury, Overpower, Dismember, and then Basic Attack. The only thing about this that I'm not sure about is Dismember is pretty far back in the bar. So I'm wondering if it's going to go off. We'll have to try it out at Dummies and see what happens. But yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be really fun. We genuinely, like, we had to grind pretty hard for this. Took a long time. We had to go from 60 to 72 mining, and then from 78 to 90 attack. Semi-effortful, but we've climbed the mountain. We've gone and done it. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, we're so back. Okay, so one other question for the Zuk run. Do we want to use 2H and dual wield and then set up bar binding so that for the waves we have a bar, and then as soon as we swap to dual wield, we have a different bar? Because I am down to set that up. Yeah, because I feel like it could be, honestly, we'll see what this bar does. And then, yeah, I'll make a dual wield one too. What are my dual wields going to be? They be Twin Fury Blades. Yeah, we could do it. Also, I missed my power burst. Go, bang. Cooking. Okay, so we'll start with this bar here for the actual waves. And then I'll go bar 9. And we'll make a dual wield bar. We'd need Meteor Strike, we'd need Berserk, we'd need Overpower. Probably want Assault. I actually don't even know if we would use Flurry, but I'll throw it on there for now. We definitely want Dismember further up in the bar. We would want Fury. We would want Rend. Get the basic attack on there somewhere, and then Adaptive Strike. Obviously not in this order. I think we would go Meteor Strike 1, Adaptive Strike 2 for the build. What if we go Rend, Dismember, Fury, Overpower, Assault, Flurry, Basic? I don't think we want to risk Zerking, because I think it's just going to hurt too much. But then the other version of this bar would be you put Berserk second, right after Meteor. So your character does a Meteor, and then as you get your Adren refund, you go into a Zerk. Yeah, I think this looks good to me. 53 Prayer is cursed. I mean, it's not that bad. Yeah, okay, actual binding. So we would go here. We would go melee dual wield. Main action bar goes to 9. And then we'd go melee two-handed. Main action bar goes to 8. And that's it. I mean, it's not hard to set up. I think Zerk should be the manual input. Yeah, that's fair too. I was thinking too, it'd be really sick if the Revo bar could actually do the challenges too. Like, that would be kind of busted. I don't know how winnable that is, but we could definitely try it. Yeah, I think Ironstone's meaning like the same thing that you're saying, Chris, is you take less damage than you would have before. Okay. Yeah, is there anything else to review? I don't think so. For loadout, one thing I'm going to notice is like, we're definitely going to be missing the Jaws of the Abyss. The Jaws of the Abyss is going to be a bit sad to not have, but I believe Obsidian Warrior Helm. I believe the Obsidian Warrior Helm is really strong because it gives you extra hit chance. Could be wrong about that. Yeah, 10% accuracy. Yep. We, wait, while on a Slayer task, it counts as a black mask? Wait, I had no idea. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. Okay, yeah, so we definitely do that. Get it as our task? Nah, I'm good. What is our official opinion on the Dungeoneering rework? I generally liked most of it, and I'm glad they're tackling Dungeoneering. There were like a couple things that I wasn't a huge fan of, but like in general, most of it seems good. I'd like a word with it. Ever JMod decided the rate for Abby Wand Orb should be on task and 1 in 6K. Hasn't that been a thing forever? Like, it was just added like that a billion years ago. All right, I'm going to pour myself some more tea as well. And then we'll get into the fire. Do you guys have any predictions, by the way, on how this is going to go? I am very hopeful that it goes well. Wait, my power burst just soloed the whole thing. All right. That is full obsidian armor completed. Let's freaking go. Okay. Was this bank chest always like this, or did they change it? They must have changed it. It did not always look like that. Okay. So let's go to dummies and let's see if this bar works. So what I'm going to be looking for here is, for the waves bar, I'm going to see if it ever has enough adren to meteor strike. And then what the spillover adren looks like. So for that, I'm going to stand between 2 targets at first. And let's see what happens. $31, $42. Uh-oh. I mean, it is good that it's cycling my bleeds, though. That is good. It's bloodlusting. It's bleeding. Okay, see this? This is why we might need a spacer. I don't know if we ever get to 60. We got to 60. Wait, that's good. Okay. So now I've used overpower. What's going to happen now? Rend, Hurricane, Adaptive Strike. Overpower is being casted. Big. Okay, my adren is full. I'm cycling all my bleeds. This actually seems pretty good. Yeah, okay. It took a bit to get there, but we did get there, which is good. But here's the question. How different is it going to be if we're on a single target? Because the cooldown of Hurricane varies. Notice I changed the events of God Wars 1 and 2 mobs and racks. I did. It seems really good. I honestly would like them to do that to every other boss in the game, genuinely. I know if there's a setting to change Revo size per bar. There isn't. Yeah, you only get one option for your bar size. Okay. Yeah, so the question is, will I ever reach 60% adren? I get the impression that I think I will. And we do. Perfect. Okay. So this bar works on a single target. Amazing. We don't need a spacer. Now let's try the dual wield bar. And then we'll also see if we need to get Berserk on it too. Here we go. Oh wait, I should start at 0. Hoping they do GG some good. A lot of fun memories when it released, yeah. I would love it if they could recreate that. That'd be sick. All right, single target bar. Let's see how it works. So in the single target bar, you're gonna see we're prioritizing bleeds a lot more because the bleeds actually work a lot better on a single target. But I do need to make sure that we get to 60%. And if we don't, we need a spacer of some kind. Yeah, this is always the hard part. We do get to 60. Okay, so now we use the overpower. What's going to happen next? I'm using a lot of basics. I'm bleeding. I'm 100 adren, which is bad. Yeah, dude. Okay, this is the problem. If it's building to 60, it's not cycling your strong abilities very much. Because it's building you to 60. Okay. What if we did something kind of wild? What if we throw Berserk first? I'm very curious about this one. Let's see what happens. So with Berserk first, the question is, I guess it means if my character gets to 100, he's gonna Zerk. That's not a bad thing, necessarily. Sounds like a good way to die. So they've made Zerk, so you take less damage in it now. So you honestly, like, you can pretty safely get away with Zerk. It's not a death wish anymore. Ooh, okay. Big assault. That's good. We want to be using assault. So all I'm looking for here is I want to see what happens when we use overpower here. There's the overpower. We're 100. Look at the, it was perfect. The overpower lined up with the Zerk perfectly. Wait, what the heck? Okay, what do we get in our Zerk? Do we get an overpower? We do. And an assault. I cooked. This bar is perfect. This bar is absolutely perfect. Okay. We have, in fact, cooked. That's a cook. That's perfect. Now, the one other question would be, hi, John, but thank you for the stream streak. Appreciate it. Should we be Zerking for the waves? I'm going to say no. Let's not Zerk for the waves. Forgive the ignorance. I've been on a workshop last week. Just got on site. I see auras are gone. EOC Tuesday. Can you give me a TLDR on auras? Yeah, no worries. They're deleting the entire aura system in the next few months. So because they've rebalanced combat and added a bunch of power to it, they, to counterbalance that, have gotten rid of the combat auras. That is basically the rundown of what they've done. Also, just so you guys know, so for what I did with these bars, I went into my settings, I went into action bar binding, and then in here, all I did is I made bar 9 auto swap my main bar whenever I'm on bar 9 for melee dual wield, and then bar 8, which is what I'm currently on, I have it on that bar whenever I've got two-handed weapons equipped. So I've got my wave clearing bar, and then whenever we're doing a challenge against Zuk, or a single target or Huracan, you just put on the duels and it will swap the bar to something better that's going to give you more healing and more damage. I think this is a really elegant way of doing it. Let's go buy some Twin Furry Blades and then we'll delve in. When are Silver Rock Boots being removed? January 1st, 2027, I believe. Not bald. Oh no. Wait, the Blade of Avaris is kind of bad. Hi, genuinely. I'd rather do a Ripper Claw. Because it's a good opportunity to teach people about accuracy and how it all comes from your main hand. Brother! Technically, Silverhawk boots weren't mentioned as being removed, only the feathers. Yes, but if the feathers get removed, like, they're functionally asking how long they can AFK agility. When I get the ice blades, what's it even called? Dark Ice Shard. How expensive is it? 25 mil. So that's 50 mil in the setup. I mean, that's actually not terrible. What about Dragors? We could do Dragors. 20 mil. Yeah, that's perfect. Dude, this always happens. This setup is still worth less than a bond, though, which is what my goal was. That was the idea. Mace are the cheapest. I mean, I guess we're not desimming, so we may as well drag in Mace. Or sorry, Dragor Mace. I usually don't like Dragor Maces, but... Oh my goodness. Okay, we got the offhand mace. Good. And we got a rapier. Sick. Damn, some of these items are expensive. GE's dead? I don't think it's that GE's dead. I think it's that Melee is really, really back. I think it's more that than anything else. Okay, we've got Precise 3. Throw that on the main hand. Energizing 2. Throw that on the offhand. Perfect. Done. Hello, goat. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? All right, let's load up our Zuk preset and then get to work. Oh, this is going to be so fun. I'm actually so stoked for this. Okay. So we need... So the 5-piece is how much damage reduction? 45, that would go up to 55 if we overcharged. Do you guys think 10% more damage taken is worth Cinderbanes? I feel like Cinderbanes are good for the waves. Let's do it. Got a new PR at 4K with Red Necromancy. Huge. Spent 50 mil on Dragors instead of 50 mil on Ice Swords. Yeah, Dragors are better. They have higher accuracy. And also, the Ice Swords wouldn't have bought anyway, so... You know, it was intentional. Because you gotta remember, because we're doing low effort, right? We're not really going to be using the special attack. You need full obsidian for the 10%? I thought it just came from the helmet. But either way, our setup is ready, I think. I think the next question is, all of this is good. I think the next question is a familiar related question, which is, do we camp a hellhound? Why don't we try the hellhound and see how it goes? If we can camp a hellhound, that's better. Because the hellhound goes absolutely stupid here in terms of stacking with the obsidian armor, so you take no damage. You need full obsidian for the 10% accuracy. Really? Oh, that's really interesting. I mean, my accuracy is going to be probably decent. Hold. Why don't we go hit Zuk's feet really quick? Let me look at Zuk's feet. All right, let me do a little Zuk foot inspection. And we'll see what our hit chance is. It also could be one of those things where the wiki's just wrong. It does that occasionally. Okay. All right, Zuk. How hittable are we talking? $85. And then without the helmet, $85. Oh, so we actually, yeah, okay, we 100% need the full set. Cool. Yeah, that 100% beats Cinderveins. That's really interesting. I didn't know that whatsoever, by the way. I genuinely had no clue. Obsidian doesn't work on Zuk? Are you sure? Uh-oh. Well, in that case, we go again? What's the order for Meteor Strike, Adren Pot, and Berserk? Meteor Strike, Berserk, Adren Pot. Okay. So, 85. You're right, it doesn't matter on Zuk. Okay. What are the mobs? 88? Put on the Cinderveins? Still 88. What? Still 88. Still 88. Take the helmet off. 80. Oh, the wiki's just wrong. Hell yeah. It's just the helmet. Look at us go. Watch, let me wear just the helmet. 84. How is it 84? Oh, it's because the bats are lowering my stats, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. Well, no. Do the bats even lower your stat? Why is it 84? Okay, so Cinderbeans are back on the menu. Cool. Interesting. So that means the new setup is going to be this, Cinderbeans. Nice. DBA wearing off? I'm not... You think I've done that quest? I got 35 quest points. And we did half of those quest points today. You took off 4 pieces, lost 4%. Yeah, which is weird. But clearly the helmet is the most important one. Do I speak Arabic by any chance? No, I don't. Should I? Would that be a good idea? I just didn't know that was an option, to be honest with you. But, like, I guess we could. No, but you give me an Arabic guy look. Thank you for perceiving me. I appreciate that. Okay. So here's an important thought. Do you reckon we should go Penance or Vamp? Considering they're both going to be aspects. So I can use the aura, and when the aura goes goodbye, it'll just be use the aspect. Because those are both probably happening at the same time. I think. Look, I think Vamp is probably better. Darkness, I don't have Necromancy. POV, you're a returning player and also a Necromancy hater. POV, you love returning to the game, but you hate Necromancy. Surely we Vamp because your damage reduction isn't going to be that good. Oh, sorry. We Vamp because Penance isn't going to give you much back. You know what? I agree with that. But we're going to need a lot of prayer. Like a crazy amount of prayer. If we do that. Because I'm on an Amulet of Zealots. Which is still fine. But we'll have to really think about our setup here. I also don't think we need a Vit Pot. Oh, we can also Penance Powder. True. Yeah, dude, what am I thinking? Okay, yeah. Okay, no, we're fine. I think this is honestly probably fine. Maybe keep the Blood Enemy? Nah, I'm not a big Blood Enemy guy. Zealots is way better. Just not a Blood Amulet enjoyer, you know? It's just not my favorite accoutrement. I'm gonna go buy another Penance Powder. I have a feeling we're gonna need it, so... give me 1 second. Buy some more of those. And then we can embark. The other thing I like about this setup is it is literally less than a bond. It's either less than a bond or it's close to a bond. Blood Amulet Avoider? I sure am. Okay. All right, let's do it. So quick overview of the setup here. Before the fight, couple things we're going to do. We're going to scatter Powder of Penance. We're going to scatter Powder of Protection. We're going to bonfire by lighting the highest level logs we can. 5 of them. We are then going to teleport to the fight cauldron. And we will donate TzKal. And we'll do it twice for 40 minutes, assuming I have enough TzKal to do that. Actually, I'm going to grab TzKal from my chest really quick. I don't really have much, but whatever. Okay. Now we go to the fight cauldron. Is our ring charged? Yep. We go in here. Is this an alt? Yes, it is. And then donate. And we're going to donate 30k TzKal. We'll do this twice. 1, 2. So now for 39 minutes, we've got some extra juice. Okay. Other than that, I think let's go. For food, I'm just gonna do a lot of brews. I don't think we'll need to combo eat too hard with this setup. I don't think we're gonna take that much damage. Okay, and with that said, let's go to Zuk. So the last things I'm gonna do before we embark are as follows. We're gonna turn on our Scrimshaw of Sacrifice, or sorry, of Vamp. We're gonna swap to our Lance, and we're gonna make sure our bar swapping is working correctly, and so it is. I'm gonna set my quick prayers to defense, strength, attack, and then magic is fine. We've penance powdered, we've protection powdered. Aura management, we're gonna put on Vamp. I am going to apply weapon poison. I'm gonna pray pot. I'm gonna overload. I'm not gonna auto retaliate. I'm just gonna click on stuff. And let's begin. For wave 1, melee pray. Let's go. How much damage reduction do I have right now? 75. This should be really good on paper. We might need to like tweak the Revo bar or do something there at some point, but this should be really, I'm taking no damage. This should be really good though. The bar should be really good. The setup should be really strong. So far, no damage has been taken. I think this is going to work ridiculously well. That would be my guess. This wave is also a melee prayer wave, so we're just going to leave it on. 1 prayer per wave is important to me, by the way. I think that makes it a lot easier. One other thing I'm going to do here is I might take off the defense prayer. I'm just not taking enough damage for penance powder to do anything. I'm just not taking any damage. I mean, maybe it's fine. Look at okay, this is working though. I'm literally just clicking on the next target and that's it. That's all we're doing. Yeah, I'm gonna pray pot. I'm gonna put my prayers back on. Why don't we get rid of the defense prayer? I don't think we need it. We definitely don't. Look at us, man. Look, I'm just standing in the middle of the wave. Like, I have 2 rangers just bludgeoning me right now, and it does not matter. Can you experiment with no protection prayer? It's not good. No protection prayer is bad. In general, though, like, I think it's fine if I switch my prayer. Like, realistically, it's fine to tell someone, hey, look at what's hitting you and pray accordingly. Like, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask. But yeah, this is sick. This is going to be the freest Zuk Cape of all time. Like, genuinely, I think we've cooked here. I think we've cooked here. Now, we're going to see if it passes the... So here I need to use a stun, so I'm going to. The next thing we need to see, though, is we need to see how we handle the challenges. The first thing is going to be, do we have 50k damage? Which I think we probably will. The second thing to see... Oh, there's the meteor strike. Big. Is it okay if we fail all the challenge waves? I guess it probably is, right? Okay. So here, I'm going to throw a Vuln Bomb. Oh my god, it zerked perfectly. This strat where the bar switches is absolutely sick, by the way. Yeah, done. Okay. Single target bar or multi-bar for this part? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're not gonna beat the challenge regardless. And then, yeah, you take almost no damage when you fail it, because the damage reduction's so good. All right, swap back to the scythe. This is a range prey wave, and for this wave, we just want to stay on this side of the median. I'm not gonna lie, this bar is one of the cooks of all time. Like, it's actually so good. Yeah, dude, the only thing I'm, like, even slightly nervous about is the prayer. But I don't think I'm gonna run out of prayer. I think we're fine. Yeah, so far, this entire kill has just been click on the next thing. And that's it. Okay, now for Jad. I'm gonna use Resonance. I'm gonna put my 2H on. I'm gonna run in. And if I get meleeed, I can run back. But we may not even need to do prayer flicking here. I'm gonna go no prayer just to see what happens. I'm just curious. 2K? We don't need prayer. We don't need prayer. Just camp either magic or range. We don't even have to prayer flick. Oh, yeah, dude. Okay. That was insanity. Re-overload. Yeah, dude. 2,000 damage is... Oh my god, that's amazing. I took 2,000 damage. I also have a feeling we're not going to need devotion. I will mention here that, like, hey, if you want to, you know, if you're willing to do one singular input, you know, hit a devo. It's not a bad thing, but you definitely don't need it. Look at me. How low is my charge back? 10 minutes? No! You're actually trolling me, dude. Oh, no. Wait, that's actually such a screw up. Throw Devo on the Revo bar? I don't think we need it on the bar. I'd rather do more damage. I think what we might have to do is next time we get a checkpoint, we'll just leave. That's okay. I also think we should start these waves east a little more. Like, just like in general, we should just start them east. I just think it's like good form to start these waves in a consistent spot. See, this is a good example of like a wave where you probably want a Devo. I don't think you have to, but it's like probably good to. Here's the thing though. I'm actually not like, I'm not healing that much. Is this just a bad lure? Hold. I'm gonna get more divine charges and then we'll lure this one better. May as well redo it because I'm out of charges anyway. And I'm obviously not going to get more supplies. We'll keep the supplies the same. Yeah. Forgot sacrifice on the bar. Don't actually want it on the bar. You're better off without it. Maybe we should start that wave. I mean, we could do it in the safe spot. Also, let the record reflect, I didn't change any of my supplies here. So we're just going to continue. Current Reaper task is Care Pack. Should I go for Kiln Cape first? Just do Care Pack. I might just do Care Pack. It doesn't matter. Kiln Cape is pretty useless, to be honest. It does basically nothing. Let's see, you could have sworn you died. I didn't die. Oh, we actually have to restart from the Jad wave. I mean, that's okay. Cool. So chat, where would you guys... I love that this is a safe spot. That's so funny to me. I mean, wave 6 is fine, obviously. Wave 7 is fine, I think. Yeah, 7's fine. I just don't know what to do for wave 8. Just gonna res, and then we're just gonna attack. And then just camp whatever you're currently praying. This is such a bad way to do the... Like, it's not a bad way to do the Jads, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it's really funny that you can do the Jads like this. Just camp one prayer and you're fine. And if you need to eat, you need to eat. Okay. We'll start this wave here. We'll see how it goes. It's just a lot of rangers. So we're going to prioritize the bats. Once the bats go down, we're going to pray ranged. Actually, if we stay on this area on the median, it's probably fine, realistically. Yeah. I'll mention here, too, that, like, on 7, if you need to, you can Devo. I don't think you'll need to, realistically, but you certainly can. And then for here, yeah, this is better. We're just keeping the meleeer away. I think that's a lot better. Is it only range that can kill you? So wave 8 is arguably the hardest wave for this setup, interestingly enough. Just because, like, you kind of have to get hit by a bunch of stuff. Why don't we start again at Zuk's feet? Yes, and then we kill the mages first. We pray range. We kill the 2 mages first. So that's 1. We kill 2. I think I just needed a better lure, to be honest with you. This seems fine, especially if you factor that you could Devo here if you wanted to. Like, if you weren't fully allergic to manual inputs. But even without Devo, we're not going to use a single food. I am going to Devo there, though, just for the sake of being structured. I think, realistically, this is lower effort than the Necromancy one. Because I think in the Necromancy one, like, I had people using threads at times. I had people using Death Guard spec at times. I wasn't even overloaded. Oops. But also, yeah, didn't use any food, so we're fine here. All of this is fine. Did I just Meteor Strike? I sure did. That's fine. Okay. And for this wave, it's the Ranger wave. We'll just stay here. All of this just works. Do I have something to heal my puppy? Yes, I do. I also think for this wave, because the Rangers are a little bit potent, I think it's actually worth killing some of these mobs and clustering them together. Like, with the melee wave, you could skip everything because they don't do that much damage, but for the range wave, I actually think it's pretty useful just to do some damage here. Like, we don't need to kill all of them. We don't even need to kill some of them, but I would rather be fighting a couple of them than like 10. And realistically, the time doesn't matter either, right? Yeah, cool. Just to save our damage taken a bit. I think this is going really well. The one thing I can't remember, though, is wave... Is it 12 or 13? Whichever wave it is. So now we go back to Zuk. I throw a Vuln Bomb. We switch our bar. We could also Adren Pot here if we want to. I don't think it really matters, realistically, but... I actually wonder if we're going to kill it here. This is like bad timing for my Zerk, to be honest. Oh, we still got it. Perfect. Yeah, because I didn't get to do a single good ability there. And it was still fine. And then for this guy, we're just gonna attack. We don't have the hit chance to kill it realistically, so we're just gonna fail. What is your price checker? It's geprice.com. Yeah, see, like, we're not going to be able to hit this guy. And we take 2,000 damage if we don't. That's great. Heal the Hellhound. And then for this wave, we have to go southeast because it's a Jad wave. So I'm actually going to go further than this. I'm going to go right into my safe spot. And I'm going to hide down here. And that's going to lure all of them. Look at that. Okay. And now we're just going to start killing them. Get on the bat. Then same thing for the Jad. We just sit here with Mage Spray on. This is the most chill way of doing this of all time. It's actually crazy how chill this is. Yeah, this is, yeah, this full setup costs less than 1 bond, by the way. Yeah, this is, this is pristine. Look at us, man. Look at me go. Oh, so here, I'm a little too close, so I'm going to step back, because I don't want to get meleeed there. It's so chill. Dude, this is crazy. I think if you got really unlucky, like, you would probably want to flick the Jads, but I actually really do like that you truly don't have to. Okay, so for this wave, we're going to do Bat, Prey Range. We're going to kill Ranger. Okay. We're then going to Prey Mage. And this is where we're going to want to use Devotion. We have it. That can be one of our 3 manual inputs in this run. The manual Devotion, because then we can double extend it. And then I'm going to go this way. And we're going to go kill this guy. Get him over and done with. We're then going to prioritize Big Bertha. And holy crap, last time we did this wave without the obsidian armor, I used all of my food. And this time, we are not using any. All it took was 1 singular manual input. Oh, yeah, this absolutely rocks. This absolutely rocks. This is sick. This is truly a thing of beauty. Okay. And I love that the Revo bar is doing everything too. Like this is literally easier than Necromancy. Okay, so this wave, you start at Zuk's feet, you kill the Ranger, and you don't cross the midline. That's it. As long as you don't cross the midline, you win. We pray magic. We have devotion. Use it whenever we feel like it. I'll use it now. Easier than Necromancy? This is easier than Necromancy, I think. Anyone that's done a Necromancy Zuk Cape recently without like a top tier setup, I think this is easier. That's how we know melee is perfectly balanced. So here, instead of running out that way, I'm instead going to run down this way. So that that ranger stays stuck. Yeah, I mean, this is the hardest wave in the whole... I'm not even overloaded, dude. I'm not even overloaded. Yeah, man. This is it. This is the future. I should also maybe mention that, like, if you're getting bled, you can freedom it if you want to, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Is melee hard and hard mode for the pillar? Yeah, so melee is not great in hard mode. It's not like this, that's for sure. One dude left. Prey range. Kill the one dude left. All right. I wonder if I'm going to need food for this wave. That I'm slightly more curious about. I'm taking some damage here. Like, I think I would use Devotion at the start of this. And then while I was in Devo, I think I would kill some of the mages. Yeah, I think this is the right play. I just think it's a lot safer to do this than to have to tank all of the mages for the whole wave. Yeah. Realistically, too, like, we could just kill all of them. I've actually gained HP this wave, by the way, which is really funny. This bar is really good, too. It's actually cycling all the way up and through overpower, which I'm kind of surprised by. I think being level 90 makes a big difference, too, though. For sure. But yeah, now we've got the two special ones for these guys. Just get in there. Is Necromancy purple melee? Or is melee purple Necromancy? That's the real question. I don't really know what the answer is. Yeah, I'm actually happy with everything in this setup so far. I think the food used has been good. I think the timer is good. Like, I think everything that we've done here is good. Same thing here, right? We can Zerk if we want. Hit the button. If you want to A-pot, you can. And you probably should. But, you know, do whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. You're also going to come out of this on full HP because of the Revo bar, which I think is really good too. Yeah, dude, we didn't do a single good ability. And it's still just, yeah, it nuked it. That's great. So for this part, if you wanted to face tank everything, you could. Realistically, you're better off prayer flicking if you can, or using Resonance, or using Vitpop, but I want to show that you can just do nothing and win. Like so. And we've got Triple Jad coming. This is very setup based. It's actually quite funny. Is Necro undertuned? I love that people are like asking that question at the moment where like it feels like melee just got the first thing it does better than Necromancy at the early game. I don't think this means that Necromancy's undertuned. I just think it means that, like, melee finally has a thing. Do you pass down to you pray for it correctly? No, you need to cade. I usually don't teach doing the challenges when I make a guide. Oh no! Yeah, it's like the first week that Necro isn't the best for everything. Yeah. Obviously, it's way better to flick the Jads, but I think it's really, really interesting and illustrative that you don't have to. Now, the real question I have is, how many cycles do you think Harakin takes? Wouldn't a Reaver be better here? Nope, we don't have a way to heal a Reaver. There's no way to heal a Reaver until you have Ancients, but I actually think the Hellhound is a way better option. The Hellhound is kind of sick. 4 cycles? No, no, no. It's going to be 1 or 2. It's going to be 1 cycle or 2. It's not going to be more than that. Okay, ready? Okay, we're just bleeding a bunch. See, this is the thing about the bar. Look at my heals. I'm almost 1 cycling him. Wait, what? The hell? This Revo bar is the GOAT. This Revo bar is the GOAT. If you had higher stats than me, or like ancient curses, or like a better overload, that's a 1 cycle. If I'd use my adren pot, that's a 1 cycle. Oh my god. Link for bar? You could take a screenshot if you wanted to. Yeah. Holy crap. That's actually mind-boggling. We're cooking. That's a pretty fire bar. Let me tell you, I'm a bit of a chef when it comes to the Revo bar, but also you guys came up with the idea of having a different bar for dual and a different bar for 2H. And that was your guys' cook. Like, you guys figured that idea out big time. That part was all you guys. Harakin's back. Oh, that's such a waste of Zerk. But hey, that's the thing that you lose when you're a Revo warrior, right? Like, you do lose some control. Sometimes your guys just get a Zerk when you don't want them to. All right. Melee Prey. If we want to put Steel Skin on, we can. We've got plenty of prayer. I'm going to make sure I throw a Vuln Bomb. And let's begin, I guess. Can we nerf Ryan? How is this my fault? Okay, I've been bled. I'm going to use Freedom. And then for this, for the next attack, I'm just going to Surge, right? Surge. Run back until the buff goes to 0. Done. Next one, just run in a straight line. Make sure there's no Rebel under my character. This is where I would usually do a Super Restore. We're just going to face tank this. It only did 1,000 damage! Dude, no Soul Split, too. I think my Necromancy one used Soul Split. This is crazy. Look at my HP. It's full. We're literally AFKing the Zuk part. Okay, here, if you want to use Freedom, it's good to. But I wanted to show that if you don't, that's okay. You could either Surge or Barge to the meleeer. That time we'll do it with Barge. I also think we're going to camp Mage Prey for this whole section. Because realistically, the thing that people will do wrong is they'll take too long getting over to the next dude. Bro, there's no way my guy just Zerked. There's no way. I did not need you to do that, bro. This is exceptionally overkill. But yeah, the main thing is just like always go to the next dude. Always go to the next dude. There we go. Back to melee prey. Hit the button. I actually do feel like pizza time arguably went better with the other bar. I think if we get another pizza time, which we might not, I'll try it out with the other bar. There's my freedom. This looks so much easier. I'm literally not even paying attention right now. The kill time on this is pretty good too, considering I ran out of divine charges and had to leave. Oh, so see that? What you do if you get hit by that is you use freedom. Does it? There's no way my guy just zerked again. He's zerking at all the wrong times. He really is. Okay, so next pizza time. This time, we're just going to run here. Going to attack the guy. He's dead. Yeah, just always click on the next one when the slice opens up. I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, just always click on the next slice and it works. It's actually really funny that you literally just click on the next thing. We just did a full Zuk run, quite literally just clicking on the next target. Revo is taking the wheel. Yeah, like this is a fire method. It just is. My guy just zerked. We could adren pot if we wanted to. I'm not going to, but we could. I've used freedom at like the worst possible time there too. Which is going to potentially be bad for me, but that's okay because it's a good test of what's going to happen, right? If I get broken here, oh my god, it's 100 damage. It doesn't matter. What? It literally doesn't matter at all. That's so funny, dude. Yeah, this is very clean. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, so that was a 25-minute Zuk run for a Zuk Cape. Now, it's gonna say I didn't get the cape, but it's just because I had to bank because I ran out of divine charges. But yeah, that was a 25-minute long Zuk run. That's sick. Yeah, the thing about the Necro run too is like this required less stuff than the Necro one did. Because the Necro Zuk required, I think I did it with Ancient Curses, and I definitely used Darkness, which is 86 Archaeology. And this is 1 Archaeology, 1 Necromancy. Yeah, dude, that was exceptional. That was great. It was the Revo bar. Imagine if you had Darkness. I mean, it would have been even easier. Also, 53 prayer. Yeah, we cooked. I actually think, like, realistically, that run was good enough to make a guide on or make a talk through on. It's just click on the next thing. That's basically it. I used Devotion 3 times. And I think that's it. Yeah, I used Devo 3 times. That was it. No stone. Yeah, I ran out of divine charges, so I had to bank. Oh, sick. All right. Go team. You did say the 85 def, 80 attack, 80 strength. It definitely is because we did a Zuk Cape earlier this week with stats that were like that. But it was slightly harder to the point that for like a low effort guide, I wanted to get to a baseline where it was like nice and easy. Okay, I kind of want to do one more run. Because realistically, I actually think I had more healing than I needed. So I think what I want to do is move my bleeds below overpower so that I have a bigger Zerk. And I think it's actually going to be even better. If you will humor me. That's the one change I want to make. I'm really happy with my first bar. I just don't think my second bar is perfect. Hellhound there. Grab that, grab that. Is anything missing from my preset? Does not look like it. Let's go take our TzKal-Zuk, go to the cauldron, overcharge, and run it back. So this run would not unlock hard mode. Correct. With the bleed, you have more healing you need. Well, that was the thing, right? Is like, the healing was more than it needed to be for the initial, like for some of the waves, right? But like realistically, I want to have a lot of bleed on the mob clears. But on the single targets, I don't think I need it. All right, team. Are we ready to run it back? This time around, new quick prayers. No defense prayer, pray melee, attack, strength. Hellhound is good. All my cooldowns are good. Overload. Pray pot. Weapon poison. Vamp Scrim is on. Vamp Aura is on. And let's try to clock a kill time here. Let's go. Yeah, what a cool method. Am I working on rotations for every style? I am. I have been working on them every night. Working on new guides. We have spent an absolute ton of time on it. And they'll come out as soon as they possibly can. Even on a night like tonight, my plan is quite literally, I'm going to be working for... probably after I end stream, I'll probably spend 6 straight hours working on guides. So, also, which reminds me, if you notice that my voice doesn't sound very good, it could mean that you don't like what my voice sounds like, or it could also be an observation that even when I'm not streaming, I've been recording like all day to get guides recorded up. So. That's why we're drinking tea as well today. I'm suffering a little bit. Yeah. I also think it's really good as a way to give people like a good ability prioritization. It's like, hey, if there's a bat attacking you, always kill bat. Reason I came here is because your voice out a guide. I watch YouTube. So thanks. Oh, that's sick. I'll take it. I get a lot of comments from people that don't like what my voice sounds like. Turns out, everybody's allowed an opinion. Okay, so we've killed the bat. I think realistically for this wave, better than last time, is once the rangers spawn, we should go kill the rangers. Because there's only one of them, and then that way we're praying melee against meleeers for the whole rest of it. Oh my god, the hurricane is going to go stupid once we get there. I'm just not taking any damage. It's so funny to me. Like, wait, can none of them attack me? Wait, none of them can attack me. We found a glitch spot. Wait, I might be a hacker. But yeah, no. I also want to make sure we get a flawless run-in because I want to be able to see what my kill time is. That's a crazy pull. That is just an absolutely egregious, diabolical thing to say. Borderline criminal. All right, so here we got to hit him with the backhand. Okay, second one with the backhand. On to the next. Stun! Bang! Wait, do I have time to pour more tea or am I moving too fast? Am I moving too fast? Okay. Go to Zuk. Put the dualies on. And then as a reminder here, when my Zerk goes off, I'm going to Adren Pot. I think that's the one piece of tech that I think is actually worth doing. Oh my god, I'm still triple bleeding though. Like, oh my god, I didn't kill it. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Because the bar before didn't fail at all. Okay, you know what? I think we need to change the bar even more. We do. I'm actually basically deprioritizing the bleeds completely. They're going below assault this time. I think that'll be better. Wow, I'm actually shocked by that. I'm like really surprised that didn't work. But fair enough, I guess. I'm gonna re-aura. Wow. I mean, like, realistically, it doesn't matter, right? If you fail that DPS check, you should run it back. But because we didn't fail it on the previous run, I'm, like, just a little surprised. Yeah, slightly shocked by that, but let's go. What's the T on the 2-hand ability? That is Fury. It gives me more crits. Oh, and then for dual wields, it's, yeah, Fury on both, actually. Okay. Same thing as last time. But this time, we go again. Yeah, I'm actually very surprised by that. Like, I kind of can't believe it, but this is why we do a lot of practice, right? And a lot of testing. I think it's important to be thorough with stuff like this. Because, yeah, I was, like, very certain it would work every time, and it just didn't. Hand cannons are over a mil each? That doesn't fully shock me, to be fair. People are getting explosive components, right? Okay. Wave 1. Can I explain what went wrong in the previous one? So I didn't fail, but I had to redo the DPS wave. And the reason why that's not good is I changed up my bar from the first run. Specifically for a bar that should have been better for the DPS wave. And it was actually worse. So that was what was wrong. So I realized I wasn't happy with it. So I made a change to the bar. And this time the bar is going to do more damage, but it's going to have even less healing than before. So the concern here is it's possible this bar doesn't have enough healing. But there's only one way to find out. So, yeah. Very good question, though. Very valid question. Ooh, standing directly in the vent feels like a bit of an L, but the reality is in a setup like this, I don't think it matters. Stand wherever we want. It's all good. Nothing bad is going to happen. This is such a tune. Yeah. Part of what makes this really good, too, is the Hurricane change. The more targets you hit with Hurricane, the shorter the cooldown. And because of that, you can really, really cook with Hurricane. There we go. Wave 3 down. On to wave 4, which is the first Igneous wave. I also did a special lure the first time. Realistically, I don't even think we need to. I'm not even going to bother with a special lure. We take so little damage with this setup that I'm just gonna let them gang up on me. But yeah, man, I'm gonna miss this account after today. I don't know if we're gonna have a use for it after this. Like, we kind of just did all of that just literally for this. I am really excited about this video, though. I think it's gonna be a guide that's gonna help a lot of people. I also did want to say, too, I appreciate that you guys let me dedicate this amount of time to a guide. Usually, I would do all of this off stream, but I am glad we had a chance to do it. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack until my guy uses Meteor Strike, I think. And now I'm going to throw my Vuln Bomb, and we're going to go. And we'll see what happens. I'm actually curious to see what it does without the Berserk. I don't think we're going to need Berserk, but I'm also, like, I'm curious, right? Yeah, we win. It's fine. Realistically, it's fine. There's also a world where you could wait until you you could wait until... Oh, that overpower was such a waste. Such a waste. But yeah, all this is fine. Sorry, what was I gonna say? You could wait until Berserk goes off if you really wanted to, but I don't think it matters. On to the next. Time to remake all of your boss guides with those stats. Yeah, I think realistically, if I were to do that, it might be good to get curses. Like, as much as it's good that you can do stuff without curses and without any bells and whistles, like, there's a world where I also don't want to, like, teach people stuff that is bad. But yeah, fair enough. I'd be curious to see a Raziel guide with these stats. You mean with one necromancy? I don't know if I could do that, Chief. That's like what I did for the League's task. Dude, taking 2,700 damage from a Jad, it honestly feels criminal. Like, it feels like that shouldn't be allowed. It's so good. Okay, so we start there. We start there. And then, yeah, we just stay on this side of the median. So wave 7, 12, and 13 are just start at Zuk's feet. And then stay in place on the median, and it's very safe. How do you reduce damage at Zuk fight? I'm getting cooked at tier 80. So what I've done here is I'm using a Hellhound for 20% damage reduction. And then I'm also using Obsidian Armor that is giving me an additional 55% damage reduction. And then the other thing I'm doing on top of those other things is I've got a Scrimshaw Vampirism and the Vamp Aura, which is soon going to be an aspect. And then in combining all of those things, the, like, kind of end result... Oh, and then I'm also using Melee's Bleeds as well, which give me extra lifesteal. The end result of all of those things is I am very unkillable. Oh yeah, so this is the one where we start here. We kill the mages first, both of them. Praying ranged. And we stay on this side of the midline. Done. And then this is also where, if we wanted to, I would use Devotion, but I don't even think we have to be honest. Yeah, we can kind of just win. It's just like, watch out for that meleeer, right? If you kill the guy blocking that meleeer, I think it gets a little bit bad, but Yeah, realistically, if you want a Devo, you can. If you want to make a blocker, you can. Realistically, this is a wave where I would probably use Devo, but I'm kind of curious to see if I maybe don't need it. That helps. Love your videos, by the way. Thank you. How do I get obsidian armor? You have to do the Brink of Extinction quest. I did it earlier today, and it took about an hour. You also don't need obsidian armor. I did a cape with this account a couple days ago with lower stats and no obsidian armor, but I found it to be a little bit more difficult. Hence the changes in this setup. We went and unlocked more stuff. I am definitely going to Devo here. I'm just getting absolutely blasted. I think if you didn't have Devo for this wave, what you would probably want to do is you would just stand, you'd start up here. Yeah, which is fine. Doesn't really matter. Oh, the other thing too that you could do is you could actually just kill some of these rangers. That's a good idea too, actually. I might actually take the time to teach that, because I think it probably is a better method for the wave. Like while you're in a Devo and whatever, just like get into this pile and start killing stuff. Just because you'll save yourself so much damage by doing that. But anyway, you also see here, like, I don't think I die here, right? Like, I can kill them all without using a single food, even while I'm standing in the middle of all of them, so... That basically all just goes to show, like, it's not necessary to do this, but... There's a world where it's a better strat. Okay. With that said, though, we are now going to get on Zuk. I'm going to use my Vuln Bomb. We are going to attack. This time around, I actually might wait for Berserk, because we've just Meteor Striked. So, Berserk is going to be... Oh, God. Oh, no! Oh, this bar is not the same! Yeah, if you want to, you could still wait for Berserk, though, and I still think it benefits. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I honestly think realistically this is the play. Just wait for the bar to cast Zerk if you want to. You could also just cast Zerk yourself, but, you know. Low effort with Ritual Shard, Cries, and Iron Man. Yeah, unfortunately, I make most of my guides for mains because most of the people that watch me are mains. But you also definitely don't need a Ritual Shard. I'm not using a single food, so you could just replace any amount of this food. Wait, I actually hit him. Wait, I almost beat him. No way. I'm actually shocked by that. All right, we got a Jad wave coming up. Be careful, everyone. We're going to pray Wizard. We're going to hide back here. We're going to kill this bat. And then straight into the cubby with us. Low effort to mask it, guide 1. So here's the problem with low effort to mask it. Realistically, if you do a mask it and your Revo bar is doing all the work, your teammates are not going to be happy with you. And I don't want to be the one getting blamed when you get written up by your teammates for being a menace, you know? I just, like, don't fully want the smoke. Oh my God, Jad's hitting me. It's really funny, though, that, like, it kind of doesn't matter. Is Kane not too overpowered now? So, okay, here's how I'm thinking about it. I'm actually curious what you guys think. To me, Hurricane right now is very similar to Threads of Fate in the sense that it is really, really good at the places it's good at. You know what I mean? Zuk is just perfectly built for this. It's an absolutely perfect build. Yeah. I don't really think it's overpowered. I just think it's necromancy competitive. Okay. So this wave. Bat first. Range prey. Ranger. Mage prey. Major. And then when you have a Dren, devotion. Now I'm going to run over this way while I've got my extended Devo. And we're going to get on this Ranger. Because realistically, he's going to cause the most problems. Then we stand out here. I also think there's a world where when you're teaching someone MELEE Zuk here, the strat is just to position your character in the middle of as many mobs as you possibly can. But even there, like, even though we kind of didn't set it up great, I didn't end up using a single food. I think that's the really interesting and compelling thing about a setup-based Zuk. I think it's really good for people that maybe aren't the most confident PVMers, right? You can miss half the Jad flicks, you can all this, like, and it makes it so that each wave, you basically only have one thing that you have to think about and pay attention to. And as long as you do, like, the one thing that you have to, each wave, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, that's the thing that I find really interesting about strats like this anyway. Is normal mode or hard mode? This is normal mode. Realistically, I've found most people care about normal mode more than hard mode because normal mode gets you the cape that gives you the power up. The hard mode cape is just for the flex, or you could do hard mode for money. Do I think chins should have a chance to save on hit? Yes, I do. I definitely do. The more I've like thought about it, the more it's like, I get why they changed chins, but I think that you should be able to save them. I don't know what the like thematic tie-in of that is going to be, but there's got to be a way to explain it that like makes a semblance of sense, you know? There has to be. But they do chins. Every time you use an ability, you lose the chin. Which does make sense, because, like, it's a, you know? It makes sense. Ooh, I missed a prayer flick there. Oops. Chat, there's a chance I use food here. It's actually semi-possible. I mean, I guess, or we could just Devo. Devo would work too. I'm gonna Devo. Realistically, though, a lot of the time in this run, it's gonna be like, hey, either Devo or eat a small amount of food. Dealer's choice. Take your pick. Doesn't really matter which one you do. Just do something. Make it so that if your chin has 5+ targets, there's a refund chance. I honestly think they're gonna be more caring about the thematics of it. So, what's the way to explain that you didn't lose your chin? Because if the chin blew up, I think that's what we need to solve. As long as we can solve a logical reason for it, we're going to win. Like, okay, a small part of me thinks, what if they just made it so that you get 10 times the amount of chins from Hunter? That would almost make more sense than making it so that you save a high percentage of your chins. But yeah, anyway. So we get here. I guess the same thing, right? Like, I'm going to wait for Berserk. It like probably makes sense to wait for Berserk, right? And then I Zerk, and then I hit the button, and if I want, I can Adren Pot too, but I don't think it's needed. Ooh, 20k overpower, I'm cooking! Yeah, nice. And it runs through Assault. I actually think we're gonna one-cycle Harakin. That might be my hot take of the day. So for this, I'm going to explain that, like, you can quite literally face tank all of it if you want, or you can flick it so that you don't take any damage, and then you'll only be hit by the last one. Cade Disrupt may as well. Triple Jad coming up. He's here. Yeah. I also think we've adequately explained that, like, if you need to tank some Jad hits, you can, but it's obviously better to flick the Jads. So we're going to flick the Jads. The other really interesting thing about this is I think we're going to get, like, a speed kill timer. Like, realistically, a, like, 20-minute run? I guess that'd be close to 25. A 25-minute run where I'm literally just clicking on the next target, and that's all I'm doing, is pretty sick. They scaled the number of chins from 2 to 6, yeah. I just think maybe it needs to go beyond that, but yeah. So team, how do you guys think Harakin's gonna go? You know, Iron Man setup, no Vol, no Hell under Drag Wars. I mean, I could do that very easily. Realistically, you have to balance the amount of upgrades you have with how easy you want the thing to be, right? That's sort of like the balancing act, right? So you could do a Zuk with way less than this. I mean, you guys may know this, but oh, I messed up. Oops. But I did break the record for the lowest level Zuk Cape, and I had like the most scuffed setup in the universe, and it was fine. But I wouldn't make a guide on how to do a 70-something combat Zuk Cape because I don't think it's realistic for most players. This bar is insane. I'm one-cycling Harak. No, I'm not. I spoke too soon. No. All right, I spoke too soon. If I hadn't been hit by that thing, I actually think I would have too. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's probably better to show what happens if you don't one-cycle it anyway. Yeah, I mean, the same can be said with like Vuln bombs and stuff too. You could easily just do regular Vuln or just nothing. Believe it or not, this run being 10% slower wouldn't matter at all. It would work just as easily. Okay. I don't even want to click yet. I have like good adrenaline right now. I'd rather just like not click. Get up. Okay, I'm attacking now. It's actually good too to see what's gonna happen. Like if anything bad happens if I Zerk on the Zuk part. I don't think anything will, but I also think it's like worthwhile to ask. You're also going to notice here at this bar, I am really not using any of my bleeds. And I think realistically, the thing that I would mention here is that if you're having trouble staying alive, you need to slide dismember back. Because, yeah, this bar does not use the bleeds. So I'm basically just relying on vamp. But because of that, I'm also doing way more damage because I'm using assault. So I think it's going to be way better for pizza time too. Okay. I'm going to let it stun me. That's why we pray magic. Let the bar do the work. Yeah, full obsidian is really strong. Ooh, I haven't used a powerful ability yet, though. Uh-oh. Oh, this could be bad, actually. Oh, I hit a 20k right at the end. It's really funny. Just a fat 20k right at the end. And then another 20k, too. Back to melee prey, hit the button. Yeah, I actually think, realistically, you would be better off moving your bleeds up for this part. Or you could just eat a bit of food, actually, to be fair. Sometimes I forget that there's like a valid option of just like, you could just eat some food. And that works too. Yeah, no, I think dismember instead of assault is actually better. Which is really interesting. I didn't think that would be the case. But it does actually seem to be, because I'm actually going to have to eat a bit of food here. Yeah. Which is fine. Like, you're allowed to eat food. It's not unreasonable to be like, just eat some food here, but... Yeah. That's like, that's the decision to make, right? I'm also really curious if this makes pizza time easier or harder. Let's see what pizza time's like with the bleeds. Because the good thing about pizza time with bleeds is that the bleeds count as a, quote, powerful ability, I think. So it might actually be better. Yeah. It's almost too. Like the other, it's almost like the other bar is better for pizza phase. The 2H one. Because, like, we do still win this, I think. But, yeah, I actually... I'm curious. But yeah, see how having the bleeds in front of assault is really good, though? Because, like, now I'm just full HP the whole time. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, it's a good question. I wonder if there's a world where it's better to do pizza phase with the 2H. Because Hurricane nukes all of them, right? Hurricane just wins. You Hurricane and you win. Yeah. Little 8-minute PR. Not bad, not bad, not bad. It wasn't no fooded, though. I did use a couple food. But yeah, cool. If you're making a safe guide, not a fast guide, then prioritize the heals. Yeah. The thing is, though, like, pizza phase, it is... I think this is what the problem is. Having 3 basics in a row without a threshold, I actually think is kind of bad. because sometimes you don't do a powerful ability and then have trouble killing the ranger. Did you see the game-breaking bug I sent you on Discord? No, I didn't. I don't know where you sent it. Oh. Well, I mean, I've been streaming here. There's a bug that if you do this... Oh, that's not very good. I'm definitely not showing that on my stream. It's a bug that is bad. Yeah, I would report it in game if possible. That'd be the play. But yeah, I usually don't check Discord while I'm streaming. Just in general. You know what I want to do, chat? I want to try one more setup. I actually think we can still do better than this 2H bar. I'm going to try it a dummy. Oh, sorry. No worries. You're good. Yeah, I would definitely report it in game, but yeah. I tend to not, like, if there's like an actual game-breaking bug, I tend not to show it on my stream. I find that to be kind of irresponsible. Okay, let's see what happens here. So the aim here is I just want to see what abilities this bar uses. Ideally, I'm using Assault, but I'm also getting enough Adren to get up to Meteor Strike, and I just don't know if that's the case. I'm not going to. I'm just going to spam Assault. Yeah, see, this is the frustrating thing about having abilities that have such low cooldowns, right? Yeah, if you put Assault at the front of your bar, that's all that's ever going to get used. Which is good for damage, but it doesn't make for a good bar. Can you range hard mode, Zuk? You can. Okay, so this bar doesn't work. Okay. So we kind of do need to go back to this. But then if we do that... It's still the 3 basic problem. Did you win yet? We did. Meteor at the start for Adren gain is the go-to. It doesn't matter if Zerk's first or Meteor's first. Because you're never going to have enough Adren for Meteor. Oh, sorry, for Zerk without already using Meteor. So the order is not one that matters. Wait, dude, why is my build not happening now? Is this not the bar I just used? Wait, what is going on? Yeah, dude, bar making with this short assault cooldown is difficult. Okay, let's go take a look at our bar here. Here. Zerk, 3 basics. Overpower. Oh, it swaps the bleed and the assault. Okay. So you're telling me if I had assault before the bleed, it would work? First bar? I just don't think my second bar is perfect. Sorry, I'm just, I'm curious what's happened here. Yes. I don't understand why this bar is now not using anything. It's the same bar we had before. Am I missing something? I might be losing my mind, but this is the exact bar that we just used that worked. Zerk Overpower, Adaptive Strike, Rend, Fury. overpower, assault, dismember, flurry. Without the flurry. Does the first cast a dismember count as a powerful ability? It doesn't. That's part of our problem. But yeah, okay, so we actually need more bar spacing. This might actually be where sacrifice comes in. I think we need to put a spacer before assault. I think that works. Let's check it again. Okay. Let's try again. It's because I'm moving around. Yeah, no. Moving around definitely counts as a spacer, but realistically, if I have Zerk as number 1 on my bar and my bar never Zerks, that doesn't seem particularly good. But yeah, I just think it's the assault cooldown. I just think the cooldown is so frequent. Yeah, look at this. That it makes it really hard to build. Yeah, my guy's just spamming assault. I mean, there's also a world where that's, like, good too. Why don't we look at what happened in our first run? All right, let's do it. So, because our first run was this, that's for sure. Worse for damage output, but we still one cycled every time. Let me have a little look here. So this bar, it was... What if we swap overpower for assault? So we go Zerk, 2 basics, bleed on T. Yeah, this, like, it does get to Zerk eventually. It just does it really, really late. Where it's also not using bleeds here. Okay. Let's move it up. So we want dismember on T. What if I do this? Let's see what happens here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry, this is what goes on behind the scenes whenever I make a guide, by the way. There's a whole lot of this process. Yeah, see, this bar doesn't work either because assault's too far up. So, you know what we've done? We've actually just arrived back at the first bar. The first bar is the best bar. Because this bar, see this? It's actually going to overpower. And then, or sorry, it's going to Meteor Strike. And now that it's Meteor Striked, it's actually going to get to Berserk. Ready? Berserk. Yeah. Okay. So, very interestingly, the first bar is our winner. Yeah, this is bar 1. And it's better than bar 2. Even though bar 2 is slightly more damage. And I do want to double check this is the same bar I did my first run in, because if so, then we don't need to go do a whole other run. Because we already have exactly what we need. Right, so let's load this up. So take a quick look. Okay, so Zerk overpower, basic, bleed, fury. Zerk overpower, basic, bleed, fury. And then overpower assault. Overpower assault. Beautiful. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Fan-freaking-tastic. Do I have a bar guide for magic? I don't. I don't have any, like... I usually don't make Revo bars. I'll say that, too. Just, like, in general, I don't do a lot of them. Not really my thing. But, yeah. Do we have to do another run? I don't even know that we do. Honestly, I think I'm pretty happy with everything. And you have to think about it this way, too. That first run we did was a no food kill, too. It was like a fully no food kill. So, yeah. I think we're happy with that. Curious with the setup on a hard mode. Do you want me to try? Oh, I haven't unlocked hard mode though. So I'd have to go unlock hard mode. Which we could do, but Yeah, team, it's time to craft a Zuk Cape. If someone would be willing to assist me. That is an important thing to keep in mind, is you can't make the Zuk Cape until you're 90. But you can make the Zuk Cape with an assist. There we go. And just like that, we've got our Zuk Cape. And now the bar's even better. We just have even more damage than we had before. Is 6 farming required for this strat? It is not. But yeah, dude, what a sick strategy. Like, just really, really strong across the board. I'm very, very pleased with it. Okay, well, I think that was worth the 3 days of grinding. I think it was actually well worth the time to take the time to do that and set that up. And new melee Zuk talk through coming soon. Have I thought about not using Zerk? Yes, we did look into it. Zerk is better because they've made it so that you don't take as much extra damage as you used to. And I have enough healing that there's no risk of death in Zerking. It's 100% safe. And before another Zuk video takes a year again, now this one will be out surely in the next week. Surely. Without a doubt. But yeah. Okay, well, that was great. I'm glad we did that. With that said, though, I do think I'm going to call it here so I can get something to eat and then I can get started on working some guides. Before we go, though, are Dragors better than tier 85 Langs? They're both very similar, to be honest with you. It's going to depend on your accuracy. I think Dragors are better in most scenarios, but depends what you're fighting. With that said, though, this is the plan for the weekend. I think tomorrow and the day after, we might do a bit of a Zamorak pushathon on the main. We'll bring the wheel back. I'll learn the new rotations. And the end goal, pretty simply, will be to get as close as we can to Grandmaster. Because I would actually like to get Grandmaster next week. And there's a lot that I feel like I can't really do over the next few days because things are like very overtuned feeling. But one thing I will be able to do is push Sammy, and it should be some good kills. So with that said, I'm going to call it here for the stream, get some dinner, get to work on guides. Before I go, though, I did want to say, we are going to be raiding Editor Nathan, who has actually just joined a bingo with Josh and Squid. They've joined a brand new bingo, and they're going to be trying to win it for the gold cloaks. And I'm very happy for Nathan, because he always says he wants to stream more, but he also spends a lot of time working on videos for me. So seeing him live is awesome, and I think it'd be really awesome to show him some love, show him some support, and know that you're watching the mastermind behind a lot of the best videos on the channel. So with that said, Protonkids, thank you for the 40 months. I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care, everyone. Let's go same category. And there he is, Editor Nathan. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care.